Hello. It's me, as always. It's Imogen. Hello, Callie. Hello, Nikki. Hello, Lavendism. Collectively known as chat or lovely human beings, right? Nikki, yeah, Callie, you have weird stuff going on, and you're taking pictures of documents. Hell yeah. Don't know don't know what that entails, taking pictures of documents, whether that's a long and arduous process or something rather simple. I guess it depends on the documents. uh I'm here, I'm alive. I missed stream on Wednesday because I'm a horrible evil soul who just didn't stream. um but we're back. We're back and we're here as much as ever and as alive as always. uh man, man. Did I get better sleep these past few days? I am feeling good in terms of sleep. I got good sleep last night. I will say I didn't stream on Wednesday because I got bad sleep because my band had a show on a fucking Tuesday night of all the nights we could choose to take a show. We went with Tuesday night. Outdoor show. We were the opener. It was 105 degrees outside. There were like 10 people there. Fucking horrible. I mean, we played well, so it's fine, but yeah. I'm alive. I'm here now. I slightly tweaked the stream setup, the angle of the camera. I don't know how noticeable it is, but it's a little bit further away from me, and just pushed back at a slightly different angle. I think I like this. I feel more uh, centered, and like this works better. I think it's nice. I feel disoriented. It's changed. Yeah, I mean, I feel like stream setup at least gets a small adjustment every month, and every few months I do the like full reorganize the room. I like there's a different wall behind me kind of situation, right? Cuz I've streamed with the camera pointing that way and like this way and like against that wall but pointing this way and like in that corner, I think. And it's always different. It feels more inviting. That's good. I feel like it feels more natural. Like I'm a little further away, so it's less like I'm in your face trying to like bite your nose off or something. And it's just a little more laid back, a little more chill. I feel like I should have like a cozier chair. I think that's like a real aesthetic thing that would help, but I'm sitting on the piano bench because it exists over here. Even though the piano's at a height where I practice it standing, so I could have a chair here. Again, I want one of those ergonomic chairs that like does all that cool stuff. But but alas, I don't have it. I'm wearing a sweater today because my sister turned the air conditioning on like crazy and it's cold, but that means I get to wear a sweater in summer, which is cool. So that's good. Uh, I either currently have a fairy godmother or a demon butler who wants to make sure I work out and write every day, or I'm hallucinating him. I need to ask someone if he's real. He's real. He's probably real. Um, that'd be cool. A little demon butler hanging out to make sure you stay on top of your things. Uh, I feel like that makes me think of the whole the whole ASMR conversation we had the other day, which we're not going to do more ASMR today on stream. Nor do I necessarily think I'm going to be personally pursuing ASMR anytime soon. That being said, I did audition for another audiobook yesterday, which is pretty. No, this morning. That was this morning. I sent in a tape for an audition for an audiobook that is a male romance novel that is very spicy, and hopefully they accept my thing, and then I get to be an audiobook narrator and they pay me the big bucks for that. Not really, not that much, but it is a paid gig, so that'd be cool. uh you're playing Pokemon Champions and you're stuck in Elo Hell. I don't know what Pokemon Champions is. I guess you say that it's PvP. But yeah, Pokemon was never my thing. I guess we've been over this, right? I play Magic the Gathering, and so I'm not into Pokemon as a consequence. Um, yeah. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. I've been writing poetry, all that stuff. I feel like there's very little that's new or different. Just the same old. Oh, right. I made the announcement in the Discord. I'm supposed to talk about that. I'm going to start putting videos on my YouTube that are distinct from the Twitch VODs and the Twitch streams. And those videos will be what I do on stream, just like not recorded live. So there will be no chat. There will be no any of that. The purpose of this being that I think there are a number of people who have been sort of pushed out of the ability to send stuff to stream because my stream time and days have changed over the 2 years that I've been streaming. And this doesn't really apply to all of you because, like, y'all in chat are people who tend to show up regularly to the live streams. But I want to give people a chance who aren't necessarily as able to be here all the time. So there's a separate channel in the Discord called YouTube Submissions, which is strictly for poetry. Apologies to my prose writing individuals, but I just don't think I'm going to do prose on the YouTube videos. And hopefully soon, once there's a few submissions, I'll start making videos that are like an hour and a half long, and it'll be like 2 or 3 poems, and it'll be very different because I analyze much differently when I'm not interacting with chat, right? Like in that moment. Chat has the spontaneity and also like the ability to derail me from everything that I was trying to focus on. So it'll be much more like concise, I think, and to the point, and we'll see how that goes. And hopefully that lends itself to, you know, more people in the community, in the cult, and you know, potentially more people over to the Twitch, and just me being more we'll say is successful in this venture, because I'd like to reach more people and share my ideas about art with more people. So that being said, the YouTube submissions are mostly like for people who can't show up to stream. So if you are a person who regularly shows up to stream and gets your stuff read on stream, much less likely that I will pick your stuff to be read on YouTube. Although as it's starting out, I don't have that many submissions, so if you want to be in one of those videos, now I think is the time to submit, and I'll just probably read them because I don't have many things to choose from. I think 2 people have put anything in that, or maybe 3 now, so I can make a video if I have 3. I'm going to do 3 per video. So that's the big update. Hopefully it doesn't like render my stream obsolete, but I think the fact that they are a very different feel and a very different kind of modality won't be too much of a problem. You feel bad for submitting? Don't feel bad. I mean, it's more just like in terms of my level of preference for selection, right? If it's Nikki who has had, you know, a dozen poems read live on the stream, way less likely than someone like Pinguino who lives in Singapore who can never tune into the stream, you know, reading their stuff on the YouTube, right? That's kind of the idea. And if the YouTube develops its own audience, then it could get to the point where I'm getting so many submissions from there that they just sort of separate in some capacity. Though I'm not sure. That presumes that it actually like does well. I think I should finish my fingernail poem. That's such a crazy thing to just come into chat and say, like, yeah, fingernail poem. Poets. We will write about the strangest things. Fingernail poem. Is it like fingernails in a gross way? Because I feel like fingernails have like the sort of gross aspect of like them being ripped off, or them just like fingernail clippings being like a weird sort of bodily, leftover thing, waste. But then fingernails can also be quite pretty if you like paint them, although my nail polish is all chipping off as always. Or if you have fancy gel nails, or if your nails are just normal nails and they look good. I think fingernails are kind of like attractive if done well, right? I think most people would agree, but they can also be grimy. Maybe that is a good poetic subject. It seems like the fingernail has quite an artistic breadth to it, so that's understandable. I think I'm going to be painting my nails more often. I like white nail polish a lot. I just love how it looks. Fingernails creep me out. They're the toenails of the fingers. That is such a wonderful truism, Wobbledopsy. I feel like toenails, every body part is gross when ripped off. Yeah, maybe we get. My hair comes out a lot when you have hair like mine. I like shower, and every shower, like a large clump of hair is like left over. I don't like this shadow on my face. Large clump of hair ends up left over. And I don't find my own hair gross anymore because it's like my own hair. But I'd say pretty much everything else, if it were to be ripped off, yeah, it's not great, right? I don't think toenails are that gross either, though, Wobbledopsy. They're just there. But I'm also someone who likes to like walk around barefoot outside and stuff, so maybe I'm just used to the idea of my feet as part of my body or something. No idea. They totally are. They're the fingernails of toes. We've completed the circle. The circular logic has circled back, and it's inescapable now. It's nice. It's a little. Just watch it go back and forth. Okay. Writing? Reading someone's writing? Talking about people's writing? Alec, man, you're here, right? We were going to read yours last time, and then I got distracted and started talking about ASMR for 2 hours. Lotus, I saw something on Instagram, and the person looked similar to you, and I saved it. That's crazy. It probably wasn't me, because I just don't post on Instagram ever. Well, I post my poems, but there's no me involved. But cool. I I feel like I don't always see people who look like me. I feel like my hair is kind of distinct, and I guess sort of like my gender presentation scenario is kind of distinct. So that's neat. Now is probably the best time anyway. I'm about to go to lunch at work. Do you mean like what when you say like about, does that mean like in like 5 minutes? Because then it's not a great time to read your piece. But if about to means like an hour, then we're kind of chilling, right? We got time. We got possibility. So I guess that depends. My hair is unique. It is, yes. Um, but yeah, we can read your part two, your second prologue of of your RPG thing in Warhammer. And you sent a new version with some typo fixes, which is wonderful and helpful. I think we're reading about orcs today, which I know a little bit about the Warhammer 40K orcs because I've heard good things about them and how they like can sort of just like will things into existence through sheer force of like orc mind. I'm not exactly sure how orcs work in Warhammer, but I've heard good things. I mean, I just needed to finish something else work related that I finished now. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I see. I see. You're about to go to lunch, and if you're on lunch, that means you can listen to stream. That makes sense. That I had that backwards in my head. What's today, July 10th? It's already July 10th, man. This year. Wait, it's 2026 and it's already July 10th? What the fuck? What was happening at the start of this year? Oh, that was this year. I'm trying to decide right now if it feels like this year has gone by very quickly so far, or if it's actually gone by kind of like at a reasonable pace, or slowly. I don't know if anyone has a personal opinions. I feel like it's kind of a normal paced year. Like I've had some years before that felt very full of things and they just went forever. But this year's felt like reasonably paced. Nothing too crazy. Like I look back and I think like, okay, well I've done a lot of things this year. And I think that means it doesn't feel like it's flown by too incredibly quickly. And we're only halfway through, right? It's only the start of July. We've been through 6 months. There's 6 more months. Yeah. I can listen and most importantly, I can chat much more actively. Gotcha. The power of belief is what orcs do. That's fucking awesome. All of you should submit to the poetry competition I put in Discord. I will probably do so, Nikki. Which means I have 2 poetry competitions to submit to because there's also the one that Wombat sent in chat. So that's nice. That'll keep me kind of busy in terms of submitting things. Not that I really need more things to be busy with. I kind of have been doing a lot of stuff lately. This is really quite hard to see. Okay. Is that straight? Hardest thing is just getting the camera straight. I think it's like tilted slightly. I will be playing with this camera until the day I die. It'd be great if I just had like a fixed thing. You know, it'd be cool if I had like a big arm, like a big, not an arm, but like it connected on both sides of the table and it just went over the top. And then the camera was like attached to it and could like slide across wherever I wanted it to and it was fixed. That'd be fucking cool. Although it'd get in my face. I guess the advantage of this one is I can send it out of the way over to here, right? It looks like the ones the teachers had in school. Yeah, teachers had like those badass like overhead projectors. I thought those were sick. This is just a webcam on an arm that is attached to the table. But yeah, I think it gives that aesthetic, right, of the teacher overhead projector, and I think in the interest of this stream being sort of what teacherly fits the vibe, right? Okay, so Alekman, if I recall correctly, you wrote a number of what you call prologues, and these are for a TTRPG campaign that maybe you started to run for your friends and then maybe like stopped. uh, and the camera is doing great work. And as I recall, they are set in the world of Warhammer, but not 40K, which is in space. Warhammer something of something, which is fantasy. I love how blurry the camera is right now. So that's the background. Is it's fantasy. And you sent some background. Lotus, you look like Brandon Fraser's son. Interesting. I don't think I know who Brandon Fraser is. I know the name. He's probably like an actor. And then his son. All right, let's see. So we're already getting distracted. This is good. Brandon Fraser is this guy. Brandon Fraser's son must be this one. I can kind of see it. My hair's curlier, but it's the sort of I think the nose is kind of similar, and the hair is doing similar things. Obviously, we're not the same person, but I can see it. I can see it. Brandon Fraser was a lot of people's bi awakening in The Mummy. Gotcha. I've never seen The Mummy, but I've heard generally quite good things, I think, about it. Probably because of the bi awakening situation. Okay, regarding Warhammer Age of Sigmar, uh, and the story that we are reading, this sort of we'll call it a campaign pitch, so to speak. In Age of Sigmar, the Oryx don't quite have the same power of belief that 40k Orcs have. They have something similar. It's not the same after all. The writers don't need to explain why they have ramshackle tanks and guns made of scrap when they can just ride monsters and shoot with bows. Right. That's my very simplified overview. Okay, so Orcs are just kind of orcs, or they're called Aurochs. Not a TTRPG, it's a narrative game mode. Oh, right. Also, if you want to, you can look at the models for this range so you can have an idea of understanding of what the army is about. Sure. We will look up Aurochs from Age of Sigmar. This is so this one. This is so fun. We get to learn so many things about nerd IPs that I don't know anything about. Let's see if this is gonna be a useful page. There's an Auroch. Okay, so they are basically orcs. They are big green guys. They have clubs and those kinds of things. The axe, a beast guy. Pretty standard orc activities, if I do say so myself. This guy's in yellow, which is cool. Those look like that looks more complicated, like 40k, but I think this is just other stuff now. I don't know what pictures I'm looking at. That's a cool fucking city. Whoa. Yeah. Aurochs. They are orcs. Wait. Is this 40k? No, this is Age of Sigmar. What did I see? The Wa? Oryx go to war. The resulting crusade of savagery is called the Wa. A word that can only be properly pronounced at ear-splitting volume. I'm going to have to mispronounce this word. This is also the term. Okay, cool. So they go Wa, and they kill people. That is orcs. I think I've got a decent idea of what's going on. Okay, it's not a TTRPG, it's a narrative game mode. We're still playing the army game against each other, but we manage our armies between games. Gotcha. and it's not competitive in the same way. Cool, cool, cool. Did you read the context for this story as well? No, I didn't read it. I will read it though. And these guys are called the Cruel Boys. Gotcha. Okay, let's look at the context. It's good to have context. This is the second of the prologues I wrote for my Age of Sigmar narrative campaign. The faction, this time, is the Cruel Boys, which are orcs that live in swamps and murky places of the realms. Unlike other orcs in this setting, which are more your typical orcs that are fighting and shouting and beating people up and charging at them while screaming "wah" at the top of their lungs, the Cruel Boys are all about being sneaky, clever, and never fighting fair. They still shout "wah" because it's something all Warhammer orcs share. No matter the setting, Warhammer orcs are always looking for something to fight. But to give an understanding of how they operate, the Cruel Boys will make their environment as much a weapon as their swords and spears. They cover their weapons with venom, they set traps and ambushes, they set captured animals on their foes, they lead foes in circles through dangerous parts of their territory. Nothing is off the table of them, both on and off the battlefield. So they're like guerrilla fighters, basically. Because this was for a friend's army, I was given a rough prompt by them to follow for their share of their narrative. This was the more detailed of the prompts I was given by my friends. Basically, they wanted their general's name to be Scum Billy, an orc that lived in swamps and wants to keep his home safe from human industry after a group from Greywater Fastness, big industrial city, wants to exploit the natural magic of the land. So I try to focus on the idea of that character wants to keep his home safe just as much as he wants a good fight. I like that. He's got, like, character. That's cool. And because this is Warhammer Orcs, I thought it'd be a decent idea to set the prologue during a skirmish with the very humans that they don't like. Makes sense. Very important, all Warhammer Orcs talk in a British Cockney accent. So I wrote it all out phonetically, which is fucking awesome. I love phonetic writing, so that it is correct for us. All right, I will read it as it's written phonetically. I'm not sure about my Cockney abilities, but so we have some ideas. We have the ideas of an orc that is slightly nuanced, right? Both because they are the whatever boys. And because Scum Billy cares about protecting his home. There's almost like a okay. There's almost like an environmentalist feel to Scum Billy. You know, he's this guy, and the big evil industrial lords of Greywater Fastness are trying to infringe on his home, and he's just trying to keep it and his people safe. I'm quite sympathetic towards Scum Billy already, I would say. Hello, Moen Khan. So here is the cleverest of all. I love watching 'em run, Scum Billy sneered, as the frightened Humies began to scatter. Love it. Love the start, right? Humies, sneered, Scum Billy, scatter, right? There's a lot of, like, energy here. They think that running will make 'em safe. Running only gets you killed. But that's what makes the surprise so much fun. Much of the Humie force was fleeing... Oh, that's out of quotes. Much of the Humie force was fleeing the field right now. What once were strong lines of stout shields and disciplined ordnance were now a chaotic fog in the mire of combat, just the way Scum Billy liked it. He knew the death marshes better than any other orc, and he used that knowledge to his advantage. Right, boys, let 'em have it. From their concealed positions, Scum Billy's hidden reserve of Bolt Boys surged up. I love the names. Surged up from the deep mud to the west and obeyed their Killaboss's command, letting fly a fusillade of venom-tipped bolts and putting even more pressure on the collapsed Humies' flank until they had a clear shot at their back line. Not letting up their barrage, they continued to fire, watching the softest Humies drop face first into the muck, one by one, as the Bolt Boys chuckled amongst themselves. Too terrified now to regain order, and cut off from the rest of their officers, the Humies fled to the east, right where Scum Billy wanted them. None of them noticed that Scum Billy's boys didn't give chase, typical of scared Humies. But by the time they noticed, it was already far too late. One by one, they were dragged beneath the surface of the murk. Some screamed. Most didn't. All the while, Scum Billy watched from atop his mount. The great Nashtoof snorted in anticipation of her turn to have fun with the other boys. Scum Billy tapped her flank with the butt of his sticka. I like this, right? There's just a lot of action. There's a lot going on. I think it moves really well. Uh, I mean, the fact that it's just the Oryx from 40K or from Age of Sigmar is already a great place to start, right? They have so much character, and you get to use these terms: Killaboss, Bolt Boys, Sticka, etc., etc. Humies is such a great, I guess, slur for humans, right? I think that's a lot of fun. And, you know, one way we can talk about prose, it's something that Kurt Vonnegut talks about that I really like, is that everything you do should either be action or characterization. It should show us more about the world or the people, or it should make something happen. And I think in this case, at the beginning of the work, right, we have a heavy amount of both, where there are things happening, and through the playing out of this sort of ambush, right, we're giving a lot of characterization to the Oryx and to Scum Billy himself, right? This sort of, you know, the dialogue of just like the let him have it, but then, you know, the venom tipped bolts and kind of like the flanking and the deep mud is giving us this idea of the guerrilla warfare that they do, right? Softest Humies, right? A way to describe this feeling of their strength over pathetic humans. Again, there was like the scared Humies later, right? So I think this does a lot to show, you know, their kind of vibe and their energy, and I think it's a really strong start. Easy now, Annie. You'll have Cockney British accent of toys to. I don't. I don't think I can. Easy now, Annie. You'll have plenty of toys to play with once we pick up the stragglers. Unfortunately for Scum Billy, not all the Humies were committed to fleeing. Some still pressed forward in formation, reforming ranks around a single Humie leader and advancing on Scum Billy's position. Maybe you'll get some early playtime. Grabbing her reins, Scum Billy saddled Annie and charged the nascent formation of organized Humies. She's like great language, nascent formation, right? You had done like the thing with the arrows. I don't remember what you said. A fusillade, fusillade. I don't even know what that word is. Hello, Messier. Thundering down the hill, Annie's paws were no stranger to the mud of the death marshes. Moving with such speed and ferocity, she might be confused for one of the Seraphon Agrodons. I like that I don't know what this word is, but I know that a Seraphon Agrodon is like scary. Um, and I'm like, yeah, I would confuse her for a Seraphon Agrodon. Using this momentum, Scum Billy slammed into the Humie shield wall. It was pathetic. Their silly Humie boots, weren't made for this land, as they all collapsed and were trampled underfoot by Annie, unperturbed and unarrested in her momentum. Again, I like how everything Hume is like weak and soft and silly. Gives again like great characterization. Another word for barrage that makes sense. Exclusive to range attacks. Gotcha. Look it up if you want to. Seraphon are the next faction I see. I think I'll wait for next time to know what a Seraphon Agrodon is. It was only by a narrow margin that the Hume leader was able to avoid the pair's vicious charge, jumping to the side and tucking their body into a roll before rising again, weapon in hand. This one knew what he was doing. Scum Billy knew it. He planted his feet deep in the mud and kept his shield low to prevent Scum Billy from going for the legs. But he held the advantage. Pulling his reins hard and fast to the left, he set Annie into a sudden but gradual turn as she glided effortlessly across the mud, pivoting to line her head up with the Hume's exposed flank. Barely breaking stride, Scum Billy didn't need to issue the order. Annie knew to go in for the kill. Dropping his sticka to lance the Hume through the gut, Scum Billy made a full charge at the Hume leader, bellowing a war cry to his boys as he did so. It was over in an instant. Scum Billy's sticka pierced straight. I love sticka. Such a great name for a weapon. Pierced straight through the Hume's leader. He grinned as he hoisted the helpless Hume up, until he was at eye level with Scum Billy, making sure he felt every bit of his sticka as its barbed tip and potent venom simultaneously reduced his organs to a fine slurry. Alright, so we've had like a lot of action, and we have this like moment of release, and I think that's like the right amount of action. It looks like we're going into something else, and I'd say within our fairly like short piece, right? Hopefully we'll turn into something that gives some more development and more setting up for the story, and some of these ideas with protecting the land and this kind of thing, right? Because that's something we want to like thematically include in this work, and this is probably a good time to start thinking about those things here, right? Hello, Be Thou Wrecked and Ray, welcome in. we're reading Warhammer, basically fan fiction, but it's like world building for a narrative game. The Hume leader tried to speak, but Scum Billy was done listening to Humes. Nothing they said with their mouths was worth listening to anyway. Except their screams, of course. But it was always fun watching the proud ones die in such a pitiful way. The Hume leader tried to reach for his belt where he kept a small pistol, but his arms were just out of reach of the weapon. His skin growing more pale and his eyes more dark with each passing second, until he finally reached his last. First his legs failed, reduced to limp dangling noodles. Then his arms. Even when he finally managed to grasp the pistol, the venom's effects meant that he wouldn't be able to draw it now, or ever again. The weapon fell from his dead hands and sank to the bubbling mire beneath Scum Billy's feet. Scum Billy didn't react. He simply shook the Hume's corpse from his sticka. I love the sort of more intimate brutality of this. Of course, it's quite intense and kind of horrifying as you spend a whole paragraph describing this body like going limp. But I think it really leans into, the degree to which Scum Billy hates Humes, right? Scum Billy was done listening to Humes. And I love that line because it's like he had before maybe at one point, and he just doesn't care anymore. He hates them like as a race, right? He hates Humes. And I think that's very, very intense. Not even worth taking a trophy from that one. You can play with You can play with what's left of 'em, Annie. The Nashtoof happily obliged, leaping on the corpse, savaging it to wet ribbons, before crunching the bones to powder between her slobbering, bloody jaws. At last, the death marshes were quiet again. All that could be heard in the aftermath were the buzzing of willow flies, the croaking of skull toads, and the bubbling of mud and water. No more would Scum Billy have to listen to the squelch of Humy boots in his marshes. No more crackling fires. No more turning of their big toothy wheels. He dismounted from Annie, shouting to the remaining lads. So I like this. This is our first little hint of his, like what the Humies are doing, right? The crackling fires, the big toothy wheels of industry. I wonder if you could even include a little more here. Maybe it's not the time, and maybe it comes in later. But it could. It's probably fine how it is. Don't just stand there, you get. Don't just stand der. Don't just stand der, you gits. Find any survivors and cage 'em. The boys dispersed in short order, eager to bring their boss some worthy prisoners. Scum Billy beckoned Annie to follow as he trudged up the hill back to camp. Entering the ramshackle camp, Scum Billy pushed his way through the reedy gits and runts, patching the holes left by Humy cannons in their last attack, until he made his way to his hut, adorned with all the trophies of war and banners taken from previous battles with yellow-clothed Humies, and purple-clothed Humies, and red-clothed Humies. I like that line. I think, you have, like, back to the camp and the ramshackle camp. I think, if we're talking, writing very vividly, and I think vivid writing is the thing that, hooks in your audience, your friends who want to play in your narrative campaign, or just your reader in general. This is, I think, a good time to, like, describe the camp, right, itself. We skip to, like, Scum Billy's tent, and you have a little bit, right? The reedy gits and runts patching the holes left by Humy cannons. But I think it's a good chance to, like, look at how the Oryx, live, and maybe that can relate to some of this stuff in some way, or contrast against it. But it's not a big deal, right? And it's also good to keep things moving. There were so many Humies. It was hard for Scum Billy to keep track, but keep track he did, because only the cleverest boss would keep this place right. Shouldering open the flap of his tent, he found his shaman, Gordgob, stood chanting over a bubbling cauldron as he stirred it with his staff, his pot grot eagerly fetching new ingredients from outside. But maybe that was fear he saw in the little git's eyes. Scum Billy could never tell with grots. Scum Billy sat on his throne, once the looted seat of a Humy lordling. Now it had been reclaimed by the marshes, overgrown in moss, lichen and creepers, and it was adorned with Scum Billy's most favorite trophies. That's a good symbol, right? The reclamation. I wonder if you can describe this seat, as metal. Maybe it's like adorned with things representative of Humy industry, right? Such that when it's overgrown, almost within one sentence, you have the whole idea of Scum Billy and the Oryx, right? As nature reclaiming the Humies, right? Grot is Warhammer for Goblin. That makes sense. And Greywater Fastness is yellow, Lethis is purple, and Hammerhall, Aksha is red. So those are all the colors of cities. That's cool. And I love, that's such a cool thing for, like, fan fiction, is I think this line works on its own, being kind of humorous. Yellow-clothed Humies, and the purple-clothed Humies, and the red-clothed Humies, right? He doesn't differentiate them. They're all Humies. They're all bad. and they just wear different colors, and I'm going to kill all of them, right? It works really effectively on its own, but then also it has this added meaning for those who, are in on it, who understand Warhammer lore. And I think, if anything, that might be like the peak way to write fan fiction, in my opinion, right? Is that you write fan fiction, and in a really ideal world, anybody can understand, right? And they can get value from your work. But then if, oh my gosh, the focus. But then if you have, the specific knowledge, the background, if you've played Warhammer and you know the lore and all of that, then you get like an added interpretation, right? And then that means you're sort of writing something that anyone can consume and anyone can enjoy, and that's just good writing, right? But then it gets better, right? And adds a layer for those who are kind of in on the IP, right? So I think that's really great. Hello, poet of free verse. Welcome. uh, we're reading some prose from one of the people in Twitch chat right now. Also fair, if I expand this, I might go more detail about expanding on Scumbilly's past interactions with Humies. But the only one I'd want to expand is the first one you looked at. Yeah, and I think there's almost a beauty in that, this story is being told essentially from the perspective of Scumbilly, even though we're in third person, right? It's sort of following him, and it's touched by the way that he sees the world. And Scumbilly doesn't think twice about the humans. Scumbilly doesn't think about his past and his history with Humies. He just kills them, right? So I almost like the fact that it doesn't go into any of that beyond the, yellow clothed, purple clothed, red clothed, so many Humies, can't keep track, just kill all of them, right? I think that's good. Hello, Ace. How am I? I am excellent. How are you? I'm excellent because I'm reading some excellent writing. Okay, back to Gordgob. Staring at Gordgob with a disgruntled expression, he waited for the shaman to speak up. He was willing to wait. He was a patient boss. At least he would be for about 30 more seconds before smacking him out of that weird trance. Thankfully for Gordgob, he didn't have to. Well done, boss, Gordgob exclaimed, pulling his staff out of the pot and filling small stolen phials with the cauldron's noxious contents. Mork is pleased with all you've done. Well, if he's really as pleased as you say, then where's the power you promised? Scumbilly barked. I got rid of all the Umis, and it's no different from when we got this wah started. That was a test of your cunning, boss, to see if you're worthy. Mork won't just give power to any git that asks him for it. He's gotta earn it. That don't answer my question. Scumbilly was deathly silent as he grabbed Gordgob by the arm. Gordgob's eyes began to move from left to right until he looked directly at Scumbilly. Of course, boss. Mork is the power you want, and he'll let you have it too. But while you was fighting the Humies, he gave me a vision of the great mouth of golden teeth, and deep, deep in its throat, you'll find the golden eye that's make you the most powerful and cleverest boss alive. I's already the cleverest boss alive. Why do I need this shiny new bauble? Scumbilly's grip tightened. He knew if Gordgob didn't give him an answer, he'd be out as a shaman for a few days. It'll keep the Humies out. You can go wherever you want. Raid every Humie village from here to The end of death itself, and they never set so much as a toe in the marshes. Scumbilly let go of Gordgob's arm, turning away and walking deeper into his tent. Where are you going, boss? Gordgob asked, scuttling forward to catch up to Scumbilly. The larger, more sinewy Auric wheeled around, jabbing a finger into Gordgob's chest, with enough force to leave a welt. I's getting ready to round up the boys for our biggest wah yet. I suggest you do the same. We's got an eye to find. With another word, Gordgob hurried out of the tent, leaving his cauldron behind while he rounded up the lads. Scumbilly left his tent and whistled for Annie to come. Sticka and shield in hand, he sent out the call for everyone that answered him. The real boss work needed doing. Hell yeah. I think that's such a great intro to Scumbilly and to this band of Oryx. I think we could have, if we were to edit this, just a little bit more of this this like protecting his home from the Yumis. Right, we show the battle and we kind of hint at it in that in-between section. And then we have this chance for this eye that can truly like wipe out all the Humies and give him power, take over the world basically, or the local area. And I think the magnitude of, his desire for the golden eye can only exist relative to the magnitude of how much he hates Humies, right? The more you establish the background of his hatred for soft little human, colonizing folk, the more it's going to be like, oh, this is a huge chance, right? And there's kind of this moment where Gordgob is like, well, the eye can help us kill all the Humies, and he stops. And he's like, oh shit, and then he changes mind, right? And I think if we establish sort of the threat of the Humies to his home and to his land, then that moment where he stops and it's like, oh, I can kill all these guys if I just get this thing, if I listen to Gordgob here. That, I think that would be a hair more powerful, right, of a moment narratively, because then it's set up for and it's established, right? I think that's like my big thought, given that you have that sort of intention of outlining that as one of the themes. But I think like the action is well written, and the writing moves and it's fun, so I really like it. Ace, haven't had the best past few days. Got pushed away by someone I cared about. We both hurt each other, but they did something across the line. Yeah, I get that. That's very hard, right? I've definitely been there too, but hopefully you're able to at least like get some of that out through art and express that. That's always a right, a good way to deal with those things. The Oryx of Age of Sigmar and Orcs of 40k worship two gods. Gork, a god that is brutal but cunning, and Mork, is cunning but brutal. I love this lore. The Cruel Boys worship Mork because they're cunning but brutal, and that's why they're sneaky fighters, as opposed to their cousins, the Iron Jaws, who are your classic orcs because they're brutal but a little cunning. And I run forward and punch things. Dude, that's such good world building. Like, comedic world building is so excellent, and when it's done well and has that kind of character, because the orcs, right, of Warhammer have like this beautiful like internal consistency to them and this logic that applies to them that like makes sense even if it's like completely absurd, right? And I love that. I think if I played Warhammer, like I remember my friends trying to get me into Warhammer at one point, and them telling me about the Oryx or the Orcs, and I'm like, man, I want to play these guys. They sound awesome. So, you want to know why there's two of them? Because every good Oryx slash Orc needs someone to fight. You see, it's just so good. And I think, yeah, like world building that goes from like top to bottom, the gods and the orcs themselves and like all the way top to bottom, it's consistent in the way they work, is really cool and really excellent. Of course, that's not your world building. So really, what we're here to talk about is your writing within that, and I think you do a great job of representing the orcs well, and I like that. I think the tricky thing sometimes, right? The tricky thing sometimes, with these like humorous ideas, right? These orcs that are, Wah and Gordgob and Scumbilly, is that sometimes we end up writing caricature. And caricature is fine, probably especially if you're like just playing a game of Warhammer and you want to move your little orc guys around and have them kill people. But in writing, right? In writing, we want characters because characters have motivation and they have dialogue. Characters are, much closer on sort of a continuum to people, right? And I think you do a good job of making Scumbilly feel like a person, which can be especially hard when you're fighting against, a world building that maybe is somewhat steeped in caricature, right? And like the trope of dumb orc who hits things extended through a greater degree within the Warhammer universe. Um, and I think it's a good choice, for example, to I mean, it wasn't your choice because like your friend wanted to play these guys, but to play an orc that's within the, what do you say? The, um, not the Iron Jaws, the Cruel Boys, right? Um, because the Cruel Boys are going to be maybe more suited for characters than the Iron Jaws, right? And so because they have that sort of cunning and that intelligence, and that goes a little bit beyond the Iron Jaws. Not that you couldn't have a compelling character who's an Iron Jaws Auric, right? I'm sure it can be done, and I'm sure it can be done well. But part of it is it would make our life, I think, more difficult if we were trying to make a Iron Jaw that was more of a character, right? More of a person. So yeah. Do you have any other questions about this Elect Man? I feel like we went through it pretty quickly. But we talked last time, about the whole idea of something that's a pitch and something to hook, your friends on this narrative game. And I think, this one has much more action than the last one that you wrote, and I think it acts as a really good. I'm gonna be fussing with this camera the whole stream. I don't know why I just can't get it to look right today. Um, uh, but yeah, I think this one has action and it's just really like fun and vibrant and compelling, and I think that makes it a really nice uh, thing, right? Uh, yeah. Um, the conversations were my favorite part of this. The fun dialogue, yeah, the dialogue is good for sure. Um, hello, house same. House some house how who how yeah, that. Yes, there was something you said that I could have expanded in the dialogue when dissecting the interaction between Scumbilly and Gordgob. What was that? I think I missed it. Gordgob and Scumbilly. Oh, so I think that was when I was talking about uh this moment. So well done, boss. Mork is pleased with what you've done. If he's really pleased, where's the power? Um, it's a test. We're gonna get the real power. We're gonna get the golden eye from the vision, right? Why do I need this? Uh, because this will let you raid every Yumi village from here till the end of death itself, right? And then Scumbilly. So this is the moment I was talking about, right? Scumbilly lets go of Gordgob's arm, turning away and walking deeper into the tent. And this is this like sudden moment of change. And then we get a little suspense. Where are you going? I really like how this moment is written because it gives us suspense, and then it gives us like the eyes getting ready to round up the boys for our biggest wah yet, right? It gives a little hesitation to that payoff, right? Um so so when we do that, right? The big moment is this idea of Scumbilly sort of suddenly changing when the suggestion is that we can kill every fucking Hume in the world, right? Or in the marshes. And I think this moment, it's written perfectly, but it becomes more powerful, Alekman, when earlier we set up a more of the hatred for Humies in regards to their place in the marshes. So if we set up more of this, hatred for the crackling fires and the big toothy wheels, more of the hatred for the industry and like the colonial expansion of Humies into the Oryx home, right? Then we really like tap in to like the intensity of that hatred. So when we get to this moment at the end, the payoff is even stronger, right? So it's not anything about changing this dialogue in particular. It's about setting up better for that. Maybe a moment of reflection where he thinks about the destruction they caused. Yeah. Or, it could be more things sprinkled throughout. I'm not sure if he's a moment of reflection type. But using uh, the seat, right, and that inversion as another chance to show that. Using the camp as another chance to show that. Giving a tiny bit more when we're talking about the wheels and such, that kind of thing. Maybe having a moment within the combat itself, right? Okay. How same? A typical streamer struggling with my name. Absolutely. I struggle with everyone's name. um, can you give me tips about writing after you're done? I'm a newbie and want tips for my stories. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we do here. Uh, after we're done with this story, there's usually some time in between where people can just ask any sort of questions about writing. Or if you want to submit your actual like writing or stories or poetry to me, depending on what you write, you can join our Discord and then you can submit it in there, which I can send it. Oh my gosh, my computer is so far away from me now. The things I do for a good camera angle for my pretty face. Okay. You can join there. And then you send the work to stream submissions, not to YouTube submissions. That one's for videos rather than lives. Yeah. Okay. Was that your only question, Alec man? Did you have anything else? Any questions on what I said or anything additional, any other stuff that maybe you were wondering for feedback about or whatever, because my time is still yours for a few moments if there remains anything. Or if anyone in chat has feedback for this story, things they liked, that is also more than welcome right now. Except mine, because I'm a simple man with simple wants. I put my... You're just saying things, Callie. I see. Simple wants. I put my pants on 3 legs at a time and go on morning walks to burn calories and consume in the form of chips on my way back home. That's a beautifully stream of consciously poetic, Callie. Sounds like nothing else. Oh, you just... Oh, that's house same. I only made 1 short story, and I'm 100% sure it's bad, but that's why you came here. That's awesome. I love the willingness to share things, even if you think they're bad. I think that's a really lovely thing and very important. You have one more question, Elect Man? Yeah, hit me. I'll give you some time to type it up. I kind of have a bad habit of comparing my writing to people like Dan Brown. I don't actually know who Dan Brown is. Maybe it's just because that name sounds so so generic. There are probably a lot of Dan Browns in the world. Dan Brown author. The Secret of Secrets. Inferno, The Lost Symbol. He writes thrillers. Let's see, novels. Oh, Da Vinci Code. Oh, that's definitely a well-known book. Da Vinci Code. Gotcha. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. And it only makes me realize how bad my description is. Yeah, and it's tricky because that comparison is something that helps us improve our own writing, right? When we place ours next to someone else's that's like way better than us, or we feel is way better than us, we get this chance to like improve. The tricky thing, though, of course, is sometimes it's hard to understand the path that we need to take to get there, right? To get from, me over here in my world of being, let's say a beginner or an intermediate writer. And then we have the fucking Da Vinci Code over here, right? Which is like, good writing, right? People love that book. And we can see the difference. We can see the gap, this massive canyon, so to speak. But we don't exactly know how to like build ourselves a bridge, right? So and that's where coming to someone for feedback can be very helpful. So hopefully we'll be able to, get you on your way. But that'll be exciting as we wait for Elecman to type up their last question. I know it's hard. And y'all know each other. I love when people in chat know each other. I think that's so fun that Twitch is this big old, network of streamers, and then like some viewers kind of go to both and then cause them to be connected through mutual viewership. Okay. Did this lose the movie trailer quality that you outlined in the first story? I genuinely don't know if that was what I wanted to ask, because after those last couple of messages asking for more time, the thought demons stole the questions before I got to typing it out again. So I might have another if it comes to me. Yeah. So we talked about these works, right? These prologues as a sort of pitch, right, to your players, to your friends, and that the way to think about that would be like a movie trailer, right? You want to get them excited for, the main characters, right? The main characters, the main themes, give them some action, and give them, some suspense so that they want to like see the movie and know what happens, right? These are like some of the ideas. So, right, our main character, right? I think we do a great job of giving uh, Billy, right? Scum Billy. I think he's really well done. Arguably, right? The other story, we had these two characters. We set up like the nerd guy, the scholar, and we set up like the general. And there was this great like character tension, right? And that tension gave some of the suspense to that other story. This one doesn't have that. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, because the Oryx are different than these guys. Uh, Themes, we wanted to talk about this idea of like protecting his land. And I think we could do more of this, right? To really set up the idea of these Oryx well and these uh, whatever boys. What are they called? Cruel boys. We definitely have action. This one does action way better than the other one, and movie trailers have a lot of action. Suspense, right? It's the same sort of setup where at the end it's like we're gonna go get the golden eye. So, not really a problem there. Something I wonder, just like within this setup, right, is we have Scum Billy, who's like the sole defender of his land, right, in this protector thing. And he has to go get the golden eye. And that means he has to like leave his land. And I wonder if there's a tension that maybe you've missed out on uh, in the fact that, like, he has to go and his space as protector and leader of these marshes is going to be vacant for some time. And that might be a way to create, like, a tension and suspense with the theme that is very exciting for your reader, right? Because then that even characterizes Scumbilly more, right? Because something inherent to people and humans and characters is this sort of internal conflict or to feel conflicted, right? And I wonder if that is something that could be included here to really like round out and, tie in the character to the themes, the suspense to the character and the themes, the action to the character, whatever. Because the more of this that you can weave together, the better it works. That being said, right, you have good introduction to characters, decent introduction to themes, you have good action, and you have some suspense set up. So I'd say, like, do we achieve, like, engaging movie trailer to get us excited with this prologue? Like, yeah, I think. And it's a different sort of prologue, it's a different sort of trailer than, you know, than the other one. But I think they both get me excited for your story. Fair, because when I made Grasping Hollow, I'm a sucker for duality, so that's why I focused on internal tension as much as I did, and thought I could have focused more on it. Yeah, right. And if you're a sucker for duality, I think you can enjoy and revel in the duality in this story a little bit, right? The duality of sort of Scumbilly as the force against all that is outside, um, and this leader, right, against all else. Yeah. uh, True. I'd like to say if I did think on it and didn't flesh it out, or just didn't think about it in the first place. But because I wrote it so long ago, I genuinely can't remember. That's so fair. Um, yeah, but I think, if my friend wrote this for like a campaign that we were doing, I would be so fucking stoked. And I think I think this there's something you should be very happy, or you could rightfully be very happy about the fact that I read this and my brain started thinking like, what are the other possibilities in this story, right? Because I started thinking, like, oh, wait, if Billy's leaving, no one's going to be here to protect the swamp. And, if you get your reader to think about, you know, the effects of what your characters are going to do and start thinking ahead and like wanting to know what will happen, then you've done a good job, right? So, yeah, Scum Billy, the cleverest Auric of all. um, cool. Thank you so much for submitting, Alekman. I think that's all for this one. Lovely to read. And of course, I deeply, deeply appreciate you submitting your work and certainly sending us something different and exciting, right? Warhammer short story prologue fanfic. Fucking awesome, right? uh, and yeah, thank you. Stream doesn't happen without all of you submitting. Callie, you were saying I'm having trouble with some of the feedback I get on Twitch because my memory is terrible with anything I hear. Write it down. Take notes. That's funny. Um, Taking notes in a Twitch stream, but I remember someone telling me they were taking notes at the things I was saying, so uh, I guess it's not unheard of on this corner of the internet. Um, do I make a post in stream submissions? Yes, you do. How same. Should be a Venn diagram where the intersecting circles have empty space. Maybe nerds be the intersecting point. Yeah, between all the different streams, right? There's my stream, and there's Messier's stream. Make sure you guys go follow Messier. They do like fan fiction and writing, and their stream is very cozy. And there's like other writing people's streams, and there's more circles, and that place where it intersects, these people are certainly nerds, right? Probably most people on Twitch, watching anything on Twitch, are nerds, right? But those who come to Twitch for writing content, probably aren't doing themselves a favor in the nerd hierarchy, right? That that's for sure. Oh, big stretch. I'm very sore. I was kind of going crazy with rock climbing a couple days ago. Shoulders. Shoulders are sore. Okay. Before we go on to something else, we are going to take a brief break. I encourage you all to stand up, look away from your screens, do something kind for your body, drink water, stretch, go to the bathroom, get a snack, any of those things. And we'll be back in just a few moments. I'm going to read Alekman's message first. Thank you for the feedback. It's been genuinely helpful and inspiring. I want to send the third part before committing to any ideas, new or old. But thanks to this, I've at least thought about writing again, which is big for me. That's so awesome. I am so happy to hear that, right? Thinking about writing again, um, having that desire to create, that's makes me happy. uh, and I'm a darling. Thank you, Messier. I follow for the poetry analysis and the brain food. That is brain food on this stream. Okay, back in 3 minutes. Take care of yourself, and we will return shortly. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back to stream. It's me, still me, Imogen. Same me, same old. Yeah, you know. Hello. um, anyway, much as I would love to stick around, have to deal with work. Yeah, props to Electman for like coming in and talking about writing during work. That's what we should all be doing, right? Skirting the responsibilities of labor to improve our art. So fucking cold where I'm at right now. I guess it is winter in the southern hemisphere, so I guess that makes sense. It is very hot where I am now. That being said, the air conditioning is keeping me nice and comfortable. Sweater in the summer. I'm rocking the sweater and running shorts though, so it's a bit of like a disagreeing outfit. Also currently skirting my labor responsibilities. Excellent, be thou wrecked. That's what we want here. Okay. Shall we read more writing? We shall. I'll answer the question for y'all. Don't need to put that kind of intense mental strain on you guys. I'm the only one who who gets to do that here. Okay. So, we have Ishmael, you sent something called "You Don't Have Permission to Interpret the Title," which is incredibly pointed, I will say, right? But I think since otherwise, oh well, there's "Be Thou Wrecked." What was the last thing we read from "Be Thou Wrecked"? Has it been a while? And then there's Nikki. And then there's Ray. Sweater in the summer is such a poet thing. I don't know if that's a stereotype because all the poets I know have done that. Yeah, I think it's got to be a poet thing. Probably. I think I love being like cozy. I think I need to live somewhere that doesn't get nearly as hot if I'm thinking like long term in my life. Cause like I love sweaters, and there's like a whole period of the year where I don't really get to wear them, and I have some great sweaters. I love this sweater. It matches my eyes. It's perfect. It's my color. No complaints. Um, that's a fantastic title. I think House Same. I'm excited for new blood, and I think I'm excited for more prose. So I think we'll read yours. Oh, I like how you sent it with like really large text. That being said, it's also 20 pages of very large text. I wonder if you could. Are you able to quickly resend this at like a slightly like a more reasonable font size so it's just less long? Because I like to screenshot it, write each of the pages, and then I put them into this guy so I can write on them. And I have to say, it might be a bit much for me to take 20 screenshots. So if you can just go from like font size 32 to font size, 16 would be perfect. Just get it, because I don't think this is that many words, right? I think it could probably fit on a few pages if you bring the font size down. And then we'll be good. You give mountain lake vibes. Yeah, dude, if I could live in the mountains by a lake, I wrote a poem like a long time ago. One of the earlier poems that I really remember writing, and like enjoying writing, was called "I Think I'm Going to Die in the Mountains" or something. Or that was the first line of it. or I believe I will die in the mountains. Because I love the mountains, and I love lakes in the mountains. I went on like a camping trip up to this lake in the mountains with some friends like a year ago. Yeah, it was over summer. It was like a year ago. Fucking awesome, beautiful. I went for like a run around the lake. It was at like 8,000 feet elevation. Uh, it was in California. I forget which part. Probably like Mammoth Lakes, not quite south of that, somewhere near that. And ah, lovely, lovely mountains, lakes. Ah, you know, Imogen turning out to be IRL Elliot from Stardew Valley, except he yearns for the mountain lake. I feel like I feel like you're like continuing to subliminally message me to play Stardew Valley messier because I went into your stream that one time, then we were talking about it. Now you're talking about it again. I feel like I should. um, I'm terrified of that game. I am terrified because I know I will love it so much, and if I play it, like I'm done. I'm dead. I will put like so many hours into that game. I feel it's too perfect for me. It's like a, you know, I don't know. Maybe I could like do it on streams or something, and then like so I'd limit it to like only when I'm streaming. Not sure. Messier and Imogen collab Stardew Valley stream. One of the three games I play. Of course I make references. Gotcha. Uh yeah. It's good. It looks good. Um okay. Okay. How we doing on resubmitting with a more reasonable font size? If it doesn't work, how same, I can just like read it off the document that you sent and I won't be able to scribble on it, and that'll be okay. Just I won't be able to scribble on it. Or if you're getting it submitted and it's almost there, then just take your time and we'll be good. Really no rush or pressure or push. I wonder if Stardew Valley is on sale right now because it's like the summer sale on Steam, right? Hold on. This could be bad. Let's go to we can do it on here. Stardew Valley on Steam. Is it on sale? It's not on sale, thank God. Now I don't have to buy it. You made the font to 14. Excellent. What is this? Oh, that's me looking up piano things. Steam summer sale's a dangerous time. It's so much easier to justify like an unnecessary purchase when it's on sale. Oh, it ended yesterday? Beautiful. That's so good. There was something else I was gonna buy. Maybe I should have bought it. There's like some game I was thinking of getting. Oh, guys, I saw this trailer for a game on YouTube. What was it called? It was called like Girls Make Money or something. It's like this visual novel. I forgot. Is it Money for Girls? Okay, I want to show you guys this. This game looks so stylistic and cool. I might like when it comes out. It just popped up in my feed, but when it comes out, I like totally might play this on stream because it just looks so sick. Let me turn this down slightly. I'm such a sucker for visual novels. The music is so fucking good. I don't know. Just looks like one of those, like, that was so loud. I'm sorry. I tried to turn it down. Um, uh, yeah, no, it's just one of those, like, super queer, um, like passion project type things that just looks like such a stylish game. Wishlist or we kill them. Yeah, I know. I need to get better at uh, controlling the audio levels of my stream. um, I feel so embarrassed sending it to friends, but I got braced for the feedback. Yeah, awesome. It's I love that you're getting over that fear. Love reading visual novels too. Had a lot of ranting about them to Messier. Gotcha. I read Japanese visual novels mainly though. Gotcha. Heavy Rain was my first visual novel style game. I've never heard of Heavy Rain. Uh, what was my first visual novel? I think it was something other than Doki Doki. I think I was playing those before Doki Doki. Well, maybe not before, but before I played Doki Doki. But that game was good. Anyway, let's read writing. That's what we do here. All right, let me catch up. Make sure. Okay. Yeah. Ever played Dropsy the Clown? No. Don't know what Dropsy the Clown is. I'm feeling uncultured again. Why you guys always do this to me? Oh, is this the one that was the no, what is this? Dropsy. This looks whack. Don't start playing. Okay, thank God. Almost if it started playing the trailer, I would have like blown out your y'all's ears. Non-traditional take on the classic point and click adventure formula. Neat. Not compatible with my computer, but probably is. Anyway, let's stop talking about video games. Let's do writing. Let's do what we're supposed to do here. Edited to better font size. Geez, that's 14 font size? That's interesting. What is... I wonder... I wonder how your, like, file is exporting that, the text is so big relative to the page. That still looks like, 24 font size. That being said, it's more reasonable, and I will screenshot it. I think I just put a lot of spaces. Maybe. It's just big. But if it was 14, it wouldn't be that big, which is weird. But it's not that long because of it, even though I'm still taking 12 screenshots. But we're almost there. And it's big, so it'll be readable on the thing. Okay. 11, 12, the end. Okay, a short story. Nah, don't be sorry. Technology has this way of being awful and unhelpful and stupid, so not your fault, right? I just have to figure out where it starts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I can only import 10 files at a time. Never had this problem before. Okay, and then put the last 2 pages down here. Insert pictures. Those 2. See, that didn't take so long. Not a big deal. 24 might have been a bit much, though. Okay, so... Oops, wrong button. I didn't even mean to click a button. I'm not sure why I did that at all. So, house same. The way this goes, I mean, I read stuff and I talk about it. But I will ask you before I begin, right? Since you know your work better than mine, if there are any questions you have, right? Any things you would like me to focus on, right? Because you said, I think you said, you want advice on writing better. And there are a lot of things we can focus on. Maybe you feel like, I think you said maybe like your description isn't as good as the Da Vinci Code. So if there are any things like that that you're particularly interested in me focusing on, then you can let me know and tell me now. Otherwise, I will just read it and go through and, talk about all the things I talk about anyway. I'm not necessarily looking for any, explanation or context. Description, dialogue, events. Awesome. Those are a good three things to talk about. Description, dialogue, and events. When you say events, do you mean just like the sort of the actual setup for the scenes and like the story behind those events, or do you mean like the individual things happening within the story and like the action? I feel like this can mean a number of things, but these two make sense. Yeah, because events can mean like large scale story beats, but events I think can mean individual action, like someone punches someone in the face or whatever, right? Yeah. Individual things that connect together, leading to the conclusion of the story. Okay, yeah, just sort of, yeah, this idea of like the pieces of plot and the progression. We can call it the progression of story or something like that, right? That makes sense. So, here is the meaning of life. Not a bad title on first read, right? I think it's very broad. It kind of catches you. You're like, ooh, there's a lot of ways you can go with this. So hopefully we go in an interesting way. There existed a man that always had one question roaming about deep inside his head. What makes life worth living for? And for as long as he could remember, he never really found an answer to that question. What a philosopher he is. All of us. I am this man. I am in this story. His eyelids were heavy. He wanted to close them at any moment possible, seeking that relief of putting his eyes to rest. But it was too late for that. He couldn't sleep at the moment. Not when the sun was already shining up and high, piercing through his short and weak lids. What he sat on was a wooden bench in the middle of the park. Not a bad feeling, he thought. However, he wished it was a little early. He wished it was a little early, so he could go back to sleep like any good kid. But his work starts in about 30 minutes, and that was barely enough time to get his body moving. And so with a heavy sigh, he rose up from his seat and threw the can that he was drinking into the trash can bin, with a bang as it collided with it before disappearing inside. So, a few things I want to point to, right? I think we're going to start by talking about description. G14 just researching what wild animals existed in Mesopotamia. Always coming in with the random historical anecdotes. So, description, right? So we're setting up a few things, and I think there are a few questions that this description leaves me with, right? Because we say, there existed a man that always had one question roaming about deep inside his head. Later, we go on and say, however, he wished it was a little early so he could go back to sleep like any good kid. And maybe this is just the idea of like being asleep like a kid, and that's like good, and that you should be sleeping or whatever. But I think there's some inconsistency about like this man. I'm left with like, what does he look like? What is he like as a person, right? Those sort of vivid things about him. And if I had to guess, how Sam, as you picture this man in your head, if that's something you're able to do, or as you write about him, you probably have in your head some idea of what he looks like and some idea of who he is and his attitude toward the world and his posture in how he's laying on the bench and the clothes that he's wearing and this sort of precise feeling of that grappling with the meaning of life that he has, right? All of these things that make him uniquely him. But the reader doesn't have the privilege, right, of, I see. So you try to keep his expressions vague, to leave it to the reader's view. And I think that's okay, right? To have someone as like a more of a nebulous and like blank canvas, right? I think that's okay, and there are stories that do this well. But I think, right, if he is a vague man who's just like a sort of, we can insert onto him whatever qualities we desire, then around him, right, we probably still want to have a world that's fairly vivid. One, because that shows him as a contrast, right? It creates contrast between the world that is described, in depth, and then him who, his appearance and his expression isn't necessarily our concern. It also gives our reader something to latch onto. Because if everything is vague, right, and everything is sort of not entirely clear, then it just kind of feels like we're floating through maybe like a dream in a way, because we have like a bench in the park, but we don't have, detail to really ground us there. Something people talk about a lot with description, which I do like, is the idea of five senses, right? These are the way we perceive the world, and as humans, we get the whole rich, vivid, descriptive nature of life through our senses, right? Our sight, our taste, our touch, our hearing, and our smell. Now, it's not like we have to go through and like use every one of these or try to cram them all into a sentence, right? But a park, right? A wooden bench. That wood has texture and grain. Maybe it's sort of creaking underneath his weight. Maybe it is sagging. Maybe the park has birds, or there are kids running around playing in the park. Maybe it's very silent. Maybe, on this sort of, maybe the sun is out and it's summer and there's like cicadas buzzing. There was a cicada buzzing outside my window earlier. There's all sorts of things. Maybe there's, whatever, any of these things. And to that extent, I really like this image of, the sun shining through his eyelids, right? He's trying to keep his eyes closed against that brightness, right? Because that's one of our senses. And I found that to be kind of the most vivid thing, right? Is this light. And you do it later, right? He lets out the sigh into the trash bin with a bang as it collided with it before disappearing inside. And I think that's another example where, like, that feeling of sense gives us some action, gives us some motion and some feeling and some real character to the world. So yeah, that's like a general thing that can always be applied. How am I engaging with the senses of my characters or my readers, right? And following that, He gave his arms and legs a good stretch before moving along on the empty road. There was no sign of any human life on the road. No one walking his or her own dog, no children playing around the park that he was settled in. Okay, well, there we go. We're giving some of that description of the park. This was his new life, and so he accepted it fully. Despite having a deep affection for life, circumstances have never allowed him the chance to do so. Which is why he followed life like any other working civilian. Waking up in the morning, helping himself wake up with some stretches, then moving out to work, bag in hand, hours of working, coming back home only to receive a cold shower and fall asleep with no purpose. And that cycle repeated for many days that followed, constantly chasing the same goal, and that is to get the work of that day done. So there's something really interesting here, right? There's something interesting here, where you say, despite having a deep affection for life, he has an affection for life. He enjoys, right? Life is what you say, but then you show a life that's predominantly like unenjoyable, right? He doesn't seem to have any particular love for any of those things, right? And that has me very curious, because you've told us something. He has affection for life, and you've shown us a life that I wouldn't have much affection for. He doesn't seem to have much affection for. And I think, so there's this idea in writing of showing and telling, right? Showing is when you use scenes and you use action and you use motion and you use events, right, to communicate something. So you're showing his life here, waking up in the morning, stretching, moving out to work, bag in hand, hours of working, coming back home to receive the cold shower, right? That's sort of showing the way he goes through his life. And when you say, he has a deep affection for life, or despite having a deep affection for life, you're just telling us, right, that he does. Now, people generally say showing is better than telling, and I think what's more true is that showing is more powerful than telling. Because when you show us something, when you show us action, we kind of relate to it and we feel it and we follow, all of that. And if you tell us something, we just have to take you at your word. But we run into a problem here, I think, when you tell us something that seems incompatible with what we're showing. Now, it's okay. It's okay, right, if he has a deep affection for his simple life. I think that's fine. I think there's a beauty in that, right? But we should sort of maybe show the ways that he does have an affection. Waking up in the morning and, stretching the tiredness from his body and describing that as this sort of ritual, right? A daily ritual that he really undergoes in this descriptive way. You could almost really flesh out this one paragraph, right? Which is why he followed life like any other working civilian. Every morning he woke up looking forward, right? Looking forward to the morning stretches that helped ease the stiffness of night out of his body. Something about how that's satisfying, how he eats the same meal and yet enjoys those flavors, how the feel of the bag in his hand and how that's satisfying, right? Showing those things, I think, explains the affection, for example, if he does in fact like this kind of mundane life. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense. um, let's see. The grammar. Yeah, so what I'll say about grammar, how same, because you have grammar mistakes, and that's always going to happen. I write and make grammar mistakes in my writing. Uh, I think personally, as a writer, it is much more important to write and express and tell stories and sort of like engage with these emotional things and these ideas and these feelings in your writing, because that's the fun part, right? The fun part is this story that we get to tell about this man who doesn't feel like he has any meaning in his life, but sort of appreciates the mundane, and then maybe some conflict happens later and whatever, right? Uh, the story, the thing you want to say. Grammar is like the boring part. And yes, it's like the vessel that sort of needs to exist for us to get there. But I think grammar naturally comes in time. And just the more that you are writing, the more that you'll naturally fall into like the flow of using the English language to tell stories. I don't know how much you read, but reading will also. I mean, you said you read visual novels. Um, Reading will help you get better at grammar, because the more you consume the English language, written in a sort of polished, final, artistic way, right, the more you'll start to naturally pick up, right, the ways to write, more grammatically. Uh, and yeah, editing is tiring. Also, editing isn't telling stories, and editing isn't creating new work. And as someone who's pretty early into writing, right? I feel like you'd probably rather be writing new stuff and telling new stories than like going back and editing your old things. So I think it's more important that you write. And, when your stuff, starts to get to a level where you feel like I want to edit it, then start editing. I've been writing poetry for 3 years, and I didn't edit my poems for the first 3 years I wrote them, and only now am I starting to like decide that they're worth editing. So that's something I guess you can keep in mind. I read visual novels, read the Da Vinci Code, some Agatha Christie books. Cool, cool. Um, it's interesting. Hmm, I wonder, maybe I'll try to like recommend some books to you at the end of this, or some stories or whatever, uh, based on how this short story ends up unfolding. But I won't recommend anything yet because I'm not sure. After he walked for a decent amount of time, he reached the entrance of the company he works in. So, right, these little things, a decent amount of time. A decent is a very vague term. A decent amount of time is different for me than a decent amount of time for you. I'd say a decent amount of time to walk is 30 or 45 minutes. Someone might say a decent time of walking is 10 minutes. I might say a decent time of walking is 2 minutes, you know? And this is where, we can think about, well, maybe rather than telling us that it was a decent amount of time, we can show the things he walks past. Then it gives us some sight, some sense, whatever, the city. And, right, it tells us more about the location, right? What is he walking past? What is this world in which he lives? I'm pretty sure he's maybe in the 21st century. He's in a city. There's a park. Is it a big city? You know, he works at an office, so maybe he's going to like some larger building in like a downtown. But like, is this him walking from Central Park to, you know, uh, some part of New York, and it's these giant skyscrapers in this busy city, or is it a smaller town? He's like laying on the park and he's walking past a few shops to his office, right? So using senses to make, yes, exactly, making the time feel like it's moving. Because you don't have to tell your reader that time passes, right? We're all humans. And since we are human, we understand that when things happen, right, time passes. It doesn't really work any other way. Time needs to pass for things to happen. so so if you show him walking and you show the interactions at least briefly, you know, you could even just discuss like a few of the buildings he's walking past. It can help give us more of your world, give us more of the space, and time passes on its own, right? Editing poems, now that's a foreign concept. It's foreign for me, but I'm getting better. I do most of the editing in my head before the words even hit the page. That's interesting. I love how everyone's process is different. Same, I wrote a whole poem while on my walk yesterday. Nice. Were you walking for a decent amount of time, though? um, is it any good? Who knows? Only, only the reader, only the observer, the beholder in whose eye beauty lies. I usually only edit my poems when I don't like the articulation, use unnecessary filler words, or when my rhymes or verse structures are unclean. Seems reasonable. So, he could only stare up at the massive height of the building, reminding himself that he has hours of work to do in his office. But then, before he could make a move, he heard a voice calling him from inside. It was probably calling him out for quite the time, and due to his dozed off state, he couldn't notice. So we have him being like dozed off, and maybe that's a detail, right, that we could include earlier. I mean, he was dozing on the bench, but maybe that's how we characterize the walking, right? He's sort of, it's almost like sleepwalking. His eyes are half closed as he, you know, traverses the 10 blocks, 10 city blocks to work under what sound like, you know, high rise buildings, right? And then, standing before the building, he heard a voice calling out. It was probably calling out to him for quite some time due to the dozed off state that we already described. Because when we talk about his dozed off state, and we weren't sure that he was in a dozed off state, it's like sort of retroactively adding this detail. Nonetheless, he moved his eyes below in order to meet the person shouting, and waved his arm along with a forced smile on his face as to not anger his boss later on for being ill-mannered. Henry, I was trying to call you earlier today, but you weren't picking up. Is there any reason? I'm really sorry. I promise to do better next time. So he left it at that. His colleague James was a pretty nice guy, though he did feel slightly jealous toward him. He was always astonished by his ability to act naturally, despite all the heavy work that the company forces on him daily. That has been a question that he pondered every day. He has lived for as long as he could remember. I love that. I love that line. He has lived for as long as he could remember. Sort of like a truism. And yet, since he graduated from university, he never found a purpose as to what he wanted to do in life. All he could think of was earning bills to pay his rent and just live through buying essential ingredients. Clothes never interested him. The only time he would pay attention to what he is wearing was during job meetings and no more than that. If he had to describe his life, he wouldn't even consider calling it dull. It was truly a non-existent being. Had it been dull, he would have found a meaning in life already, yet he couldn't even describe what he was doing. Is this the definition of life? He did not know. I kind of like the premise of someone who is truly, right, truly going through life in this way that's like absolutely absent of meaning and purpose, this sort of automaticness. Um, and it's interesting because, like, right, the world doesn't particularly interest him. And so describing the world vividly sort of has to be done with the understanding that it's like happening external to him. Uh, it's tough. It's definitely a tough thing to approach. uh, this idea of writing about dullness, less than dullness, emptiness, right? Because the tricky thing about writing is that very often, like, it is the fullness of life that really excites people, right? The color and the sound and the action and the vibrance and the whatever. Not that it's impossible. I think you've just started in a very difficult place. I'm aware that this first section is kind of inner monologue heavy because I wanted to explain the main character before moving the plot forward, if that makes sense to you. Yeah, and I think that's fine, right? I think it's good to establish our character, right? When our character is established, we can then move forward to the rest of the story. The tricky thing, right, is when we are establishing our character, right, when we are doing exposition is the word that is used, right? The sort of setup for a story. We can't let this be bland or dull or empty or boring, right? Because the goal of our exposition, really, the goal of our setup isn't to tell our reader about our character, even though you might want to do that. The goal of our exposition is to get our reader interested in the story, right? We want whatever we're setting up to make our reader want to keep reading all the way to the conclusion. And that's very difficult to do, right? It's actually really hard to make people want to read your things. But I would encourage you, to think about it that way. And the next thing you write, how does the start hook my reader? How does it get them excited? How does it get them wanting to keep reading, right? Because so far this guy is just kind of empty. I have no reason to be kind of excited about his story. There hasn't been any like conflict, except maybe the phone call is a little conflict, like he's late for work. But I think stories evolve through tension, through conflict, through change, through dialogue, which I think fundamentally like includes these things often, through, that kind of stuff. Through growth, through loss and decay of things. So, that. The line that cut the scene indicates he has lost track of time, by the way. Whenever a cut happens, the said scene that follows could be from any day. However, you'll notice he has gained a perception of time later on. Interesting. Hopefully I do notice that. I want to see how this said character will come to that conclusion with these thoughts going on. I see. Well, let's see how that goes. Time passes. Following a day of hard work, he decided to try something differently this time. He changed his direction from the left road, which led to his home, into the right road, which took him to a different section of the city. So, this is very exciting, right? In a way, because we're setting up a character who really is dull. He has no reason at all to choose anything, right? To take any action. This guy has like no motivation to to do. He's like automatic. And I think the fact, even though it seems to us as writers and as readers to be, a fairly innocuous thing that he's changing from left to right, I think this is a very kind of dramatic motion for our hypothetical character who just exists based on routine and habit, right? And I think as a reader, this happens. And I ask why. What has changed in Henry that has taken him from not doing anything to now suddenly, essentially, like entirely changing in this way, taking this drastic, different step in his trajectory? Because that can be, I think, even though it's small, right, it's a moment of change, it's a moment of tension, of development. And I think we should lean into that, or we could lean into that as something very dramatic. To which he took another turn into a somewhat tight alley. Though when he reached the end into a more open space, he found the bar that he had been pursuing all this time. I guess that's kind of our why, maybe. His foot dug into the floor of the bar with a creak. As eyes landed on him, not that he paid heed to any of their stares anyways. Going to the bar was never a habit of his. However, this time, his throat was feeling thirsty and was desiring a drink at this late night after a hard day of work. He had lost track of time. He doesn't know what day this is. What was yesterday? All he knows is that he must go to sleep afterwards to begin his work the following day. So he sat on the closest stool that he could find, to which another person was sitting on his right, taking a sip from his drink. Personally, he would have preferred to sit alone, though the other stools were already occupied, and what was left for him was a seat at the end of the row, leaving no empty space to search for. Still, he tried to ignore him as best as he can, and ordered the cheapest beer he could find on the menu, then sat there waiting while the bartender poured his drink. However, before he could take his first sip of the beer, the man sitting near him spoke with a somewhat weak voice. Do you by chance work at a, company or something? Still feeling awkward, he got the courage inside him and replied back to the man. Yeah? Well, not that it's impressive or anything. I'm just trying to earn a living, really. That sounds rough. I suppose. The conversation died there eventually. Hence he took his first sip from the beer. It jolted him up slightly. Still, he wished the man sitting near him would go away, so he could enjoy it fully with a peace of mind. He could tell the man intended no harm. However, he always felt uncomfortable discussing life matters with people. He wouldn't even boast about it with his colleagues, let alone with a complete stranger he never met. And the night resumed in the bustle of the bar. Dialogue. Let's talk about dialogue, since that was one of the things you were curious about. Description, dialogue, events. So, what is the purpose of dialogue? Is a question we can ask. I think dialogue has a lot of purposes. I'd actually be curious if anyone in chat has things that you think are the purpose of dialogue, or things that dialogue does for us in a story. I think it serves a lot of different functions. And I think chat probably has ideas that go beyond mine. I don't know if I can get chat to engage teacherly about it, but what do we think dialogue does in a story? And how, Sam, you're welcome to answer that question, or anyone else. What does it do? kind of a weird question, but mm. Dialogue can reveal characters' personalities, intentions, or motives. Yeah. So dialogue can characterize. And characterize is to tell us, right? Tell us about someone. Because if they are speaking, right, the words that they speak are naturally going to reflect who they are as a person. Dialogue shows relationships and communication styles. I think that's a sort of characterization. But relationships is interesting, right? Because it's like a characterization between people and how they interact together. And that can sort of be different from how they are on their own or how their thoughts are, right? It shouldn't be used just as realistic conversation. Yeah, be that wrecked. It can do so much more. And maybe there is this question, should it be realistic? I think sometimes it should be. It doesn't always have to be. But we often use it for more than just being a conversation, right? I think dialogue plays the part of keeping the world alive, makes the characters feel more fleshed out. Yeah, so again, characterizing, giving them life. I think that's good. It can also play the role of world building when needed. Yeah, if your characters kind of casually are talking, I don't know, we're in a fantasy world, and one of them is like, hey, we're in a wizard school. We're in like a Harry Potter style wizard school, and one is like, hey, do you want to go hang out and do blank after class? And blank is the name of some wizarding sport or such. And then the other student goes, no, I actually have to go study for blank. And it's like, I have to study for a potion bottle making class. And it's like, oh, we've gained details about this wizard school, that they have potion bottle making class and they have wizard sport. And in the same way with a world like this, right? We could use that. It can potentially show about the company and about Henry's life, or it could show us about the other guy's life through the thing that he says, right? And we have a little bit of that. The idea that he sees working at a company as rough, right? But so that's a thing it can do. Great for building tension. Right, this maybe goes along with relationships, is when people talk, it shows us the differences between them. And it can cause these characters to kind of butt heads, right? And struggle against each other. Between characterization and relationships, it does something where it can show us how characters are unique, right? Oftentimes, good dialogue, you can tell who is talking without a sort of blank said, right? And that can be very useful. It's also a great place to drop some exposition if you're struggling to get that in. Yeah, the kind of world building idea, right? There's a German linguist who argued that everything someone says gives out for different kinds of information: actual delivery of information, presentation of self, or the relation to the listener. And a fourth one that I can't remember. Yeah, right. No matter what, when we are speaking, we are signaling, we are communicating, we are connecting with the outside world. Dialogue sort of on its own acts as, a way to move plot forward in some capacity if characters are talking about the things happening in the world. But I think, regardless, I think really Be Thou Wrecked said the very important idea. It should not be used just as realistic conversation. Not because realistic conversation is bad, but because a story has some very specific goals, right? A story cares about getting from start to middle to end. And while it's doing that, it has some things it cares about, right? Maybe it cares about entertaining. or maybe it cares about teaching, or maybe it cares about making you laugh, or maybe it cares about making you cry, or making you think about something, right? And whatever our goal is in the story, whatever we sort of want to express and we want to occur between start and end, all of the things within our work, particularly short stories, should be supporting this goal, right? So our dialogue, right, in characterizing our characters, maybe can make us care about them, right? In showing their tension, can sort of move us forward along the plot. In world building, can help us establish our start so we can get to our middle. You know, all of those things, right? But this scene, I mean, this scene has the one thing, the important line, which I think you mentioned. You mentioned earlier as you were talking about it. How same, right? You were talking about the idea he had lost track of time. He doesn't know what day this is. What was yesterday, right? I think this is the important idea in your scene. But you just tell us this, right? And I wonder if in this dialogue, I think it's actually a perfect opportunity to show us, right? The the Henry walks into the bar and he's forced to talk to this guy. And the guy says, "Oh, are you coming from work? It's a weekend. Do you work at some company that doesn't give you any days off?" And Henry's like, "Oh, is it the weekend?" And he realizes that he has lost track of the days, right? And he's so on autopilot that he doesn't even know. And maybe it also reveals something about the company, that they don't give him any fucking days off, and he's just fine with that, right? So that's a way we could use that dialogue and interaction with another character as a way to leverage the piece of information we're trying to tell. Forgive my curiosity, but what device is that? It is an iPad. It is a camera that is right here, just pointed down at an iPad on which I'm writing in a writing software. Normal iPad things. Just with a very clean screen. So that's show, don't tell. Yeah, right? Instead of telling us, right? Telling us he lost track of time, we can use the unfolding of the scene, right? To essentially get the information to us naturally through the vessel of action, through the vessel of life and dialogue and characters. We can get that information to our reader, right? And simply saying it, right in the beginning of the scene, kind of like spoils it in a way, right? Where I'd rather see it unfold. I'd rather watch it, play out throughout the scene. Yeah. Oh, and also welcome in Sorin, and welcome in Allison. Telling isn't always bad. Yes, sometimes it's necessary, but your reader will be much more engaged if you show. Yeah, people have like a big rule, I feel like, that they make that you hear people say show, don't tell in writing, right? Showing, not telling. But rules are always strict, right? Rules are always something that can be broken and can be bent. And to say that in every single case telling is bad is wrong. It's just wrong. That being said, like Be Thou Wrecked suggests, it's a good rule of thumb, right? What genre do I usually write? I am mostly a poet. I am an occasional writer of essays. My prose is languishing in documents that have been untouched for some time. And I world build, I would say, quite a bit for things like D&D campaigns. And I guess that's a genre of writing, so I'm a dungeon master as well. Uh, well, it's not even D&D. I play other RPGs now. I guess I'm a game master. Uh, yeah. And I want to do writing for video games, but haven't gotten around to that yet. uh, that's what I meant by exposition. Dialogue is where you can really get away with the telling. Exactly. Because then it's like, well, at least the author isn't telling me something. The character is telling me something. And that's a great way to sort of make us eat our exposition vegetables, which we need to get to the reader, right? We need to communicate to them. But, is tricky because it can be like unfun, basically. It's really amazing. Thank you. Are you a writer, Allison? And do you have any genres you prefer? As we move on into the next part of this story. It was a chilling cold night. He gazed at the moon deep in thought of what he was doing with his life, as he always did. He was standing on the empty road with no purpose, only the fact that he did not want to go back home at the current moment. He knew he would only return to take another cold shower before diving into a short sleep before waking up early to work. Well, this is good, right? We're getting the dissatisfaction, some, more of this humanness. I like how we have that unfold, right? The doing something different, going to the bar, and then like the dissatisfaction standing here. I think this is development, right? Incrementally more. Well, he doesn't know how long he's been working up to this point. Maybe it was months. Either way, that didn't matter. He was feeling quite tired today, though not unusual. Despite many people sleeping at this time, he had always found the night to be peaceful time for him to gather his thoughts and just relax both his eyes and ears from all the stress he has to endure through work. Which is why he always picked silent spots for that. Again, maybe another little, place that we tell. There's a lot of stress at work. And I wonder if we could show in this story what stress looks like for him. What does stress look like when you, don't have any purpose, right? When you have this sort of vacant mind. We haven't really described his work at all. Maybe he could talk about the stress of his work with the guy at the bar, right? One of these scenes in which we can let that play out. So our D&D writings also turned into comics. No, the world building ends up going into, well, hypothetically, I'll run a I'll run a campaign for my friends or for people, and then that is where the writing ends up. I don't usually use it for anything else. And you're trying to write a romance novel. That's excellent. Not published yet. It's good to be working on lots of things. After a few minutes passed, without any trace of sound or life, he moved his feet around and continued walking deep into the forest that lay behind him. He did not know why he did it, only that he wanted to do it. Tree branches cracked under his feet, and he was able to hear his own breathing clearly. He had already forgotten about where he was headed early on, and only kept walking through the path. Something I'm curious about at this point, House Same. Something I am curious about is your decision to split up your lines like this, right? And there's nothing inherently wrong with, having your lines separate in this way, especially maybe as writing process. That's can be very useful to see the ideas separately. But I wonder, it sort of feels like we have he had forgotten about the path, then he does this, then this thing, then this thing. And I almost wonder if the fact that you're sort of arranging your story in this very broken up way is sort of inhibiting the ability of these lines to flow into one another. This is something we talk about in writing a lot, is the idea of flow. And you mentioned the idea of events, right? A story is made of event, and then there's another event, and then there's another event, dot, 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 and we keep having events, and they get to an end. But that's not really how it feels, right? That's not really how life feels if we think about the stories that are our life, right? Events in our lives seem to flow into one another for, one reason or another, right? An event happens and that sort of causes this next one, and the effects of that, carry us through. So a story really is a series of events, but it's a series of events sort of as a flow from one to the next. And I think, something that's important for, I think, engaging readers is allowing your one event to flow and unfold to the next one in a very, seamless manner. Now, that's really hard to do. And it's a very abstract concept. But I wonder if the mere fact of of these lines being kind of separate and broken is inhibiting the flow between them and inhibiting your ability as a writer to naturally have them move one to the next. A thought. Have I published any book project officially? I've not published any of my own work. I've self-published a little zine from people here on Twitch that is mostly people from chat and a couple of my poems. Otherwise, I am unpublished. I just know a lot. But I'm in no rush to be published. I've taught workshops and things. I just haven't gotten my own work out in that finished capacity. I've only been writing for 3 years, so there's no rush. Anyway. While staring at it, he found himself... we didn't get that far yet. Then, after finding a large tree branches cracked under his feet, and he was able to hear his own breathing clearly. He had already forgotten about where he was headed early on, and only kept walking through the path. Then, after finding a large wooden log on the ground, he decided to sit on it after he put his bag on the side. Usually, at this time, he would be unable to see any kind of light. Yet the moon, despite its gloominess, shone a bright light directly into his spot. While staring at it, he found himself smiling without warning. He didn't understand it. Or perhaps he did understand it. What mattered now is that it was shining. The mere fact that it was continuing to shine despite its darkness moved his heart. It was similar to watching a fascinating piece of art. Who could have thought a mere circle would produce a smile from him? He wondered. So, something curious, right? It was similar to watching a fascinating piece of art. But I wonder if Henry would have had this experience, right, looking at a fascinating piece of art. Because he doesn't seem like someone who's very fascinated, right, with the world. And that's sort of curious as a detail. But I do like this, him sort of seeing this natural beauty on accident, and it's sort of leading him to have some sense of meaning or value. I can, philosophically, I'm open to that idea of the beauty in the world giving us meaning. Do you want to publish on Amazon or Instagram? I guess I do post some of my poetry on Instagram, and I post some of my writing on Substack. I'm not published in a official book capacity. I don't want to rush into it, though. I think I want to make sure whatever I put out first is, a solid effort. Insane writing, and you're explaining very well. Thank you. It has been exactly 3 days since he last paid the forest a visit. More work piled up on him, yet he didn't find himself as bothered. All the time he was working, he was just waiting for the right time to go pay that forest a visit. It wasn't that far. It stood on the right side of the road which he had once taken before to go to the bar. If you don't mind, may I introduce? Yeah, you can introduce yourself. That's perfectly fine. I think it just indicates that he did lead a normal life in his childhood. After all the weight of that life put on him, he lost purpose. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we really talk about his childhood that much, and I think that would be quite interesting for this story, right? To kind of recall his childhood, um, and the fact that at one point he could appreciate art, and it's been buried. Maybe he's looking up at the moon and uh he remembers, right? Rather than like looking at a piece of art, maybe it brings a distinct, vivid memory, right? The memory of looking at a piece of art as a childhood, and maybe not understanding that memory, not understanding the fact that at one point he could just appreciate a painting on the wall, and then it's this curiosity, and then he starts to wonder, like, did I have this thing before? When did this thing end? Did it end because, like you say, because of the weight of life at one point took away that, childlike wonder and appreciation for beauty? I think that's a really compelling idea. And I think, you know, uh, uh, giving more of that, giving more of those feelings and those details to the reader would be a good move, right? He wanted to look at that moon again and appreciate its brilliant light that always shone on the same spot he sat on. Still, the idea of passing by the bar crossed his mind, given that he'll pass by it. Thus, he decided to delay going for the forest for a mere moment. Though it might come off as a weird thought, he actually kind of missed talking to the man he met a long time ago. I like that. If possible, he would like to know his name. To his luck, he managed to find the man he spoke with a long time ago in the same spot, drinking like usual. Sitting on the stool he once sat in, he ordered beer once again. Aren't you the guy that's working in some sort of company or whatever? Yeah, that's me. This time, surprisingly, words flowed from his mouth much more easily. He no longer felt the need to force them out. How's it going with your work? I'm managing, I guess. What about you? You never told me about yourself. The man sitting near him made a slight laugh before giving his response. I work as an artist. Have you, never considered taking another job? Huh? No. I'm not interested in working in something I don't like. He was quite cheerful, despite his state. Not that he wanted to judge him, but he gave off a feeling of an ordinary man with enough potential to be working in a decent job, rather than being a mere artist. Why did you decide to be an artist? Can't you just take offers for actual decent jobs with decent incomes? Not really. I love doing what I'm doing. Working for big companies and all of that isn't something I'm interested in. What's my name? My name is Imogen. Imogen. Yeah. Completely unrelated to anything I suspect is currently happening. I don't send anyone money for publishing or marketing your writing if they contact you first. That's a good that's a good warning thing. Lots of people try to scam with publishing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they meant by that, Hussein. Don't worry about it. Uh, I think it was like a question, do you get lost in your writing? Ah, maybe, maybe. I certainly do. I like this dialogue with the artist, right? I think when you're actually like writing dialogue and motion, I think you do a pretty good job, right? I think this artist has some character of not wanting to work in this place that isn't him. The artist acts as a nice contrast to Henry. Uh, I think this is nice, and I think a big part of it is finding a way to weave in this kind of the energy that you have here back into the start of the work, and find ways to place beauty and interest and this sort of unfolding action even when you don't feel like there is any, right? That's sort of an idea, right? I made your day. I'm glad I made your day, Allison. That's fucking dope. I won't talk to you anymore. All right. um, uh, uh, anyway, then he continued. I just had this thing for being an artist for quite a while now, so I moved along with my heart. You know, it's not like I hate being an artist. It's not going to make you a living, though. Well, that is kind of true, but it does make me happy, and I think that's what matters. I love doing it. That's just how it goes. Uh huh. It took him by surprise, to say the least. He always thought people would take higher paying jobs, because the essential rule of life was to live by itself. Essential rule of life was to live by itself. I wonder, that seems like an important idea, and I'm not sure your grammar is helping you here. um, Perhaps he had been mistaken. He did not know. After finishing his beer, he asked him one last question before rising from his seat. What is your name? Oh, name's Charlie. Then, without notice, Charlie smiled and brought his hand up for a handshake, to which the other accepted. What about you? Oh, the name's Henry. That's kind of funny. Um, Following the events of the bar and him going to the forest later on, he woke up this morning feeling quite refreshed. The curtains were rising up high with the wind, and the sun declared the beginning of a new day. We're going to take a brief break right there and finish the rest of this once I have a chance to, uh, get a drink of water. Yeah, it is kind of funny, that dialogue. And it kind of fits for him and his awkwardness. We're going to take a brief break and then finish this in a minute. Stand up, stop looking at the screen, drink some water, do something good for you, and don't watch the ads. I'm back. Oh, guys, my throat is so like tired. Maybe it's because I was doing some of the audiobook stuff this morning, plus stream, plus whatever. But oh, brutal, brutal. That 10 minute dude. I mean, it wasn't. I guess it was like 7 minutes after I edited it down. 7 minutes for an audition tape. It's really fucking long, and it was like of gay sex. Like, man, brutal. I mean, that's why my throat's tired. Ayo. um. uh. Uh. Anyway, welcome, Scarlet King. Wanted to ask you to review a poetry quote I made, if you can. Truth is a mirror of many faces, and lies are its reflections. Truth is a. Ooh, that one's thinky. That one's thinky. That's got some pondering potential to it. Truth is a mirror of many faces. So, and lies are the reflections. I mean, I think there are a lot of ways to read that, right? But like, truth is the object itself, right? It's this thing we're constantly looking for, and yet all it can do is reflect, and all we can end up doing is seeing things that are sort of tangential and oblique to truth itself, and those things become lies. I think that's a way of reading that, which I find rather compelling, right? I like that. Um, hope this doesn't sound rude, but it reads like someone's first time writing a story, which isn't bad. The only way to get better is to write and share. And the fact you wrote anything is a good start. Yeah. Um, and pretty excellent for being newbie writing. There are signs of a natural voice. Yeah, I agree with all of those things for your writing. How same. And I think uh, I think so. The fact, I think it's incredibly admirable. Like, I don't think you understand the fact of you writing something and being very new to it and sharing it, seeking feedback to get better is like really, really impressive as like sort of a beginner writer. I say that because there are people that will, write on their own and just sit there writing for years and years and years and never share it with anyone, right? And those people, right, that's good. It's good that they're writing and good that they're expressing. But they aren't getting that, feedback and having that like real desire to like learn and improve. And I think the fact of you sharing your writing with this desire to improve and this openness to feedback, um, even acknowledging that you think your own work is bad, is like really awesome, right? Because how do you get better? How do you, by sharing, by doing, by writing, and be direct. Writers must be fearless, willing to be broken down so they can build something better. Yeah, and I think it takes a lot of people this time to like get that fearlessness to even share. So you doing it now is like really, really awesome. Possible knowledge you can get instantly that you won't find until many years later. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, I think that that person who was in chat was somewhat scammy. I so, but now they're gone. They're giving major ick vibes. Totally. Yeah. By the way, have you ever played Doki Doki Literature Club? At least part of it would fit the streams quite well. I have played Doki Doki. It's been a long time since I've played Doki Doki, and it would fit streams well, for certain. I think generally visual novels and like very story based pieces of video game art would fit my stream well. I'm playing this game, Gris or Gris, Gris. It's like, I think, French for gray. Um, but it's this like platformer that was originally a console game that's kind of old, but it's like super beautiful, and there's like no words in it, and it's just one of those like really atmospheric like pieces of art of a game. All this like beautiful kind of like watercolor style art to it. Um, and I started playing it. I'm like, oh, this would be a great work of art to talk about on a stream, but then I had already started playing it, so whatever. Gris? Gris. Gris, because the S is silent. Okay. With a guttural R. Guttural R. Like a. Hurry? Like. I don't. Not sure. Seeking out other writers is scary, and you found a really good group of them to fall into. Yeah, I think we have very kind people here, so this is a good spot to be. I haven't had anyone to share my German works with, because quite literally uh, everyone I know a bit better doesn't really care about literature. Yeah, it's hard to find people who care about literature. Oh, Be Thou Rex said the exact same thing. Um, yeah. If there are any libraries in Germany, you might find a reading or writing book club there. Yeah, looking for book clubs and writing groups can be helpful. Uh, yeah, stream is too small that we have like one random person from Germany and one random person from like Holland and one random person from Chile and a random Brazilian person. And so like not quite that degree of people here yet. I appreciate your thoughts. I made this quote while in dark times in my life, so I never really show many people. What I wanted to mean with it was that truth is never only one. Ah, because the world has shades of gray. Yeah, so the many facets, there are many possible truths. Um, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm open for any feedback. I don't mind how harsh it is. Just knowing that someone is giving their time to bother with reading and pointing it out is really admirable. Yeah, you're dope. Anyway, we need to finish it. We need to finish the short story. I do a great job of bringing out the best in all the fledgling writers here. It's quite kind. And even the truth can blind one. Ah, yes, yeah. That's good. I think it's interesting the lies as the reflections. That's I mean, like we see ourselves, right, in a mirror, so there's the idea of like our self-perception as some kind of lie, which is cool. I did also think about sharing them in a German online community like this, but the problem is I really want to separate Cabbage and IRL me, and most of my works publicly belong to IRL me. Yeah, the IRL and online personas are a weird thing to juggle. I struggled with that a lot when I started streaming, and I wasn't sure, even though no one was watching my shit. It was I was really like paranoid about it, but now I just don't care, and I'm just Imogen in the real world and online, and it's fine. Let's finish this. For today's activities, he decided that he would ask around for Charlie, because he wanted to meet him this time at morning. To which, after he finished eating his breakfast and changing his clothes, he moved out the door into the roads of the city. He had never felt the sun shining this brightly into his head. It was quite hot, to say the least. Though long before he could gather up his thoughts, he saw one of the neighbors passing by, to which he waved his hands with a smile on his face. "Good morning, Michael." "Well, if it isn't Henry." "Long time no see. Though it has been a while since someone called me by that name." Michael was an old neighbor of his. I'm imagining like the Truman Show, uh, where um, he like goes outside the door and he like waves in the really like performed stiff manner, right? And whatever, if I don't see you, good afternoon and good night or whatever he says. That's how I picture this interaction. Michael was an old neighbor of his, though they hadn't been talking for a while because Henry would always be busy with work. It's strange to find you at this time. Is there something going on? Not really. I'm just looking for an artist going by Charlie, if you know him by chance. Charlie. Oh, isn't that the name of the artist who sells his pieces in the middle of the streets? I don't exactly get why he didn't just work a better job, but you can find him near that hotel over there. With that information gathered, Henry paced his feet toward the hotel. Still selling your art pieces as per usual? So I think how same, right, this idea that you're going for with these with these like time skips, basically, where the dashes, like you said, are representing like an indeterminate amount of time between events, I think is a very cool thing and a very cool idea. And I think, for example, like Nikki was saying, like, oh, as a work by a beginner, you're doing some cool stuff. And I think that's one of them, kind of playing with structure and with chronology in a way where things aren't necessarily like perfectly linear, right? Because sort of the automatic way that people often think about a story is to just go straight through, right? One thing, then the next thing, then the next thing, then the next thing, then the next thing, like how life goes. But, you're sort of going for a bit and then like skipping, and then we're like somewhere else, and then you're skipping, right? And then we're somewhere else. And this is like a great step beyond just like, the normal straight through event, 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 event. And something else you can think about, since maybe this idea of time and structure is something that interests you, is we can tell stories like this. The chronology of a story is not fixed, right? And does not have to go in any particular direction. This is a beauty of writing, right? Is that things can kind of go forward and back, and they can happen parallel to each other, and they can create more interesting paths through time and through space, and then we can jump back to like a super prologue or whatever, and that can be our story. And I think it's exciting to me, right, that you had this impulse to kind of play with that in a way that you thought was cool, right? And I think that imagination is like the fundamental thing to being an artist and to being a writer, right? Is to try to do things in, like time skips and flashbacks. Exactly, right? It doesn't have to go in order. And, your imagination and the possibility to think of life and stories presented in a way that isn't just like normal life is the thing that, will carry you forward as an artist, not just as a writer, right? Art is created in, these unexpected places. So whatever you end up doing, right, I encourage you to keep playing with that, and always to be playing with the way a story can be told, as you maybe are, already somewhat interested in. I think that's good. Selling your art pieces as per usual? Whoa, Henry, you found my spot already. I expected to be asking a lot of neighbors, but surprisingly ended up only asking one person. I'm that famous, huh? Charlie laughed in a silly manner, to which he was amused by. He moved about, staring at the rows of paintings that he laid on the ground. Each one was different from the other. One had a blue sky with the sun shining above. Another had a couple passing by the road at night, hand in hand. What are these? They're my paintings. I usually just paint whatever I find interesting. Whatever you find interesting? While he was staring at the paintings in thought, Charlie rose up from his cross position and moved toward Henry and started pointing at the paintings he drew. This one over here I took yesterday when you left the bar. There was this couple that were holding hands together while they stared at the night. But that one over there, for example, I took around a week ago. This guy was making quite a silly face toward his friends. I just had to paint it. It was quite hilarious. But why? He did not understand. Why was he drawing all these sceneries? Is there something he's missing here? Why are you drawing all of these? Well, think about it. Don't you find it sad that all these moments are just passing by with no way to cherish or remember them? I don't understand. Okay, so let's take this couple, for example. They're having a very happy time together, hand in hand. Sure, they might not be having the best life as we speak now, but the fact that they can create memories in the middle of these hard times makes for a really amazing painting, doesn't it? For the first time, he felt as if he was looking at things in a complete different manner. And Charlie only continued further. That guy's making a silly face. We can't tell what problems he has or what circumstances he faces. There's only a mere one fact, and that is he's having fun because he has the time to do so. Because he has the time to do so? He repeated Charlie's words in his head before suddenly remembering his work and how little to no time he had anymore in his life, constantly working with no rest. Even the neighbor he had met earlier had called him out for that. His life had become so filled with work, he had ignored his social circle. He would only speak to neighbors from time to time, and that's only when he deemed it necessary that he must do so. His colleague James was always cheerful despite the hard work that the company put on him. He remembered feeling jealous that day. That was true, however. James had no secret to it. He was merely enjoying life. James wouldn't come to work daily. That's the thing he knows for sure, and he always struggled with it as him being sick or a lazy person. Shrugged it as him being sick or a lazy person. But in reality, it was always obvious. Whenever he left work, he would always see James outside talking to friends, chatting and eating and drinking at night with no care for the world. Now that he thinks about it, he didn't see James as being lazy. He was in fact seeing something that he himself hadn't been able to accomplish. Deep inside, he knew he could also be at the same spot that James was. James was in, yet he never brought the courage inside himself to go with it. He prioritized work before anything, as a crucial thing to do in order to live. Perhaps he'd been understanding it all wrong. And while being occupied by that thought, he heard something. Henry? I like this. It calls back to earlier in the story, right? It calls back to when Henry is staring off at the building, lost in thought, and then he says his name. That's a really nice kind of full circle. Charlie looked at Henry, who was smiling silently as he stared at the paintings. Hey. Charlie called out again, and Henry immediately brought back to his senses, which he followed by saying, "Oh, He gathered his thoughts quickly before saying what he had in mind after a long moment of staring. Want to go to the museum with me tonight? It caught him by surprise, as he didn't expect Henry to suddenly have an interest in arts, but he certainly did not mind it, which is why he agreed to the idea, and so the plan was set in motion. Perhaps Henry had never understood the full meaning of what makes life worth living, as that is a thing that could be discussed for hours, and many would argue over it in their own ways and beliefs as they see fit. But Henry couldn't bother with thinking about it too much anymore. He has decided that he would find the meaning in life as he sees fit in his own way, and not how people tell him to be. Tell him it to be. Charlie was merely a candle that lit up the idea inside his heart, and following it, he will search and achieve his own worth in living life. Still, he would be forever grateful to Charlie for what he offered him. Art? It didn't sound bad. He might give it a try, he thought. Perhaps that shall be his way of finding life's worth. And if it doesn't end up being the case, he will search for another way. So long as he keeps searching, he will eventually reach the answer. That's an extremely, I think, philosophically mature idea. I don't know how old you are writing this, but I very much like the sentiment there in that last line. And that's the story. That's the story, The Meaning of Life, by Hussein. How same. So, I said I might recommend you things. And you said you like to read Agatha Christie, and you read The Da Vinci Code, and you read visual novels. Do you have like an age range of how old you are? Just if I'm recommending literature, there are maybe things I would want to be careful about recommending. And I'm not sure. Hopefully it was decent. Yes, it's a great start, right? You like Agatha Christie and like mysteries. I think, yeah, you like mysteries probably between those things. You're about to turn 18 this month? Gotcha. You said you like to read Japanese visual novels? Okay. Let me put you on some literature that I think you like this philosophic kind of slant of things. Is that correct? I think you like the fact that you're writing about this guy pondering the meaning of life and work and all of that to me says these are things that you're interested in, right? Oh no, we have a baby in chat. I need to stay on the rails today. Yeah, I guess so. Is that a reasonable guess? Who's same? How same? That you're into the sort of philosophical. I hope the conclusion was fine for what it is. I remember my friend telling me that they love the last section. Yeah, I mean it wraps up nicely. I wonder, right? Something I thought of is want to go to the museum tonight is sort of the conclusion of the idea, right? He's like accepted this idea of wanting art. And there's almost like a poetry in like an ending that's here. Not that any of this is bad. I think it works as well, and I like this last line, this idea. More of a mystery person, but certainly up for the idea of trying different things. Okay, I'm going to recommend one book that I really like that might like totally open your world. You might not like it. It's kind of weird. It's called Kafka on the Shore. Kafka on the Shore by Murakami. I say this because it's about the main character, I think, is about your age. It's Haruki Murakami, Japanese writer. And it has some elements that are kind of mysterious, I would say. It's not necessarily a mystery. And Murakami is incredibly descriptive. He writes the world really vividly and very magically, in a way that I think is really like eye-opening to the way that sort of books can be. Um, what else? What else? I'm trying to think because I don't read that many mysteries, but there's probably some mystery adjacent literature um, that I have read, but I'd have to think. What's on my shelf? I give away all my books, and then I don't know what to recommend people because I can't see them. Um, hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can just keep reading Agatha Christie. She's a great writer. Um, I'm mystery, romance, and action. Okay, mystery, romance, and action. Uh huh. Hmm. Romance. Have I read anything romantic lately? I haven't been reading that much. That's the Ray recommends Conan Doyle. Oh, is that Sherlock Holmes? Conan Doyle? I trust my chat to give you good recommendations. Um, Edgar Allan Poe, perhaps. You like fantasy as well? Do you like science fiction at all? Uh, fantasy? I feel like I've read some like. I feel like I've got to have a fantasy recommendation here. I can't just say like Dune. I think that's not a good recommendation. High key. The book sucks. It's great, but it sucks. um, I love Dune, to be clear. Um, yeah, I think Murakami has those fantastical elements. Uh, yeah, I like sci-fi as long as it's not too confusing, since I'm not great at it. I see. I see. Left Hand of Darkness is a bit confusing, but it has some good romance and some good world building and good description. Kafka, like the actual dude. Yeah, I mean Kafka as well. So, uh, there's this book Kafka on the Shore is Kafka is making reference to an author named Franz Kafka. He's great. He's a big important literary figure, um, and he's really good. He writes about like the arbitrary and crushing nature of capitalism, which is like sort of something that you touch on in this story, and like the question of like how we find purpose in a world that seems maybe to not have any. Kafka is very powerful. He writes about people condemned to trials for crimes that they don't know. You're about to read Metamorphosis. Isn't that literally him? Yes. Metamorphosis, Kafka, fucking awesome. Definitely. Metamorphosis is weird, but it's good. I liked it at least. Definitely considered a classic. One of my stories was compared to Metamorphosis. That's good. M Try MW by Tezuka. Great short manga. Ooh, I'm gonna look this up. I've not. MW. A manga series by Osamu Tezuka was originally serialized. Blah blah blah. Not helpful. I want to know like what genre it is. Wikipedia. Okay. A thriller, MW follows a fictional Japanese priest, Father Garai, his lifelong connection to a serial killer, Michio Yuki, and a mysterious chemical weapon, MW, developed by the occupying American force in Japan. Cool. Some of that makes me think of the manga slash anime Monster. Monster is a great uh, thriller mystery anime slash manga. So fucking good. I loved this show. Um, it's about this doctor uh, who. It's about this doctor. And he's a badass. You watched Monster? Oh, I love that show. Vonnegut has some great writing. Vonnegut has great writing. Yeah, definitely. I think probably any of the recommendations that you get from people in my chat whose same will be good. I would say like write them down or paste those names into Google searches and just choose one or two to read. Um, and uh, it sounds like you already like writing, so it's not or like reading, so it's not a huge deal, right? It's just the idea that the more that you read, the more that it helps you write. And if you can start thinking about reading and the things that you read and what they are doing and why they are making the story work and how the reading is writing, right? I think a lot of times we grow up reading and we're just enjoying the story, and you're able to, when you read, look at something and ask the question of like, what's happening here, right? You haven't been around yet for any of my poetry analysis on stream because we've done 2 pieces of prose today, right? But when I analyze poetry on stream, first of all, I write a lot more on the poems. But all I'm doing here is basically like digging into this work, asking, what is it doing, right? How is it working? How does this poem like function to communicate its emotions? And I've learned a lot of poetry about poetry in that time. I've only been writing poetry for 3 years. That makes me kind of a beginner. But I've read so much and I've thought so much about it that I've been able to improve. And I think it's something Kurt Vonnegut said, great writer. I think Nikki mentioned him a second ago in chat. He said that you don't need anyone to teach you how to write because all of the greatest teachers of writing are to be found in books, right? In reading and in trying to understand them and then in trying to do the same thing, right? And the more you can love reading, the more you can become a writer, You also don't have to be a writer. You can just write stories for fun. And that can be all there is to it, right? You don't have to it doesn't have to be this pursuit or this passion. But if you like it, keep doing it, Definitely. Yeah, it's good. You're 17. You're starting early. I know you might, maybe you think like, oh, there are people who, who've been writing longer, or people, like there are people who, they're like, I've been writing since I'm 10 years old or whatever. But starting at 17 is very, very early, all things considered. So, yeah. Primo time to get into literature. Absolutely. Yeah. Like you have enough knowledge of language at that point to be able to read like real shit, like Kafka, for example. Yeah. Have you seen the movie Airplane? Oh, Airplane is so good. Airplane's goofy. I don't want to write long stories yet because that's kind of a big deal for a newbie. Yeah, absolutely. And, write whatever feels good. And, also at some point, you're going to come to an idea for a story and you're going to start writing and you're going to realize that it needs more length, right? It needs more pages. It needs the story that you're trying to tell will demand a greater length, and when it does, you can write longer. Is Fahrenheit 451 good too? Yeah, I need to reread that book. Um, it's a good one. That is a good one. I read it in high school, and I remember actually like not minding it, which is crazy because someone was forcing me to read it, and it still managed to be like relatively enjoyable. I think if I read it again, I would love it. That's Bradbury. Ray Bradbury. I love the way he talks about writing. He's so smart in his like interviews and stuff. Watch Airplane. If you like that brand of humor, I recommend Romance is Like That by Lillian Varys. If you don't, no, I didn't. Romance is Like That. Oh my gosh, there's so many comments. Anyway, yeah, there's so many things to read. Don't feel too pressured. Romance is Like That. Lillian Varys. Interesting. Vonnegut's short story Harrison Bergeron is Everything. Yeah, that one's good. I still have my copy from when I read it as a 7-year-old. Dude, Ray, that's what I'm talking about. Some of these people are literate as fuck early at a young age. I was not reading Ray Bradbury as a 7-year-old. So listening to Ray Bradbury is surprisingly fun. I love the way he talks about writing, and his approach and all of that. Cool stuff, cool people. Someday I'm gonna be like all of them, all those writers who talk eloquently. I talk somewhat eloquently. One of my poems is based on a Ray Bradbury short story he wrote based on a poem. That's crazy. That's like layers of reference. They made you read him in 7th grade? Dude, is like the Chilean education system just cracked out? That's crazy. I know Chile has like crazy literary traditions, so. Okay, kids, now you gotta read Don Quixote, the whole thing. As a 7-year-old, that's crazy. I kind of wish someone made me do that, you know? I read There Will Come Soft Rains in 10th grade. There Will Come Soft Rains. Oh, didn't you recommend that to me and I didn't read it yet? Because I'm a lazy bum. Yeah, Ray Bradbury story. Okay. Oh. It's a science fiction story about a lone house that stands intact in California, that is in a California city that has otherwise been obliterated by a nuclear bomb. Sounds super uplifting. Sounds super awesome and fun. Oh. Anyone here read Moby Dick? I actually have no idea how it is. I have not. But I have a white whale. Something like a white whale of my own. I want to read it. I have it. I have a really horribly beat up copy of Moby Dick that's like genuinely falling apart that I bought for like 50 cents from a bookstore because it was genuinely fucking falling apart. Might be missing the first 6 pages. They made me read Subterra by Baldomero Leo. That's a sad ass book to me to make a 7-year-old read. I've never heard of that. That's probably some Chilean canon right there. Dude, this is like obscure. Can't even like find anything on it in English. Wow. That's like super obscure. Uh, no, there's not like a single article or website about this in English. Maybe the Wikipedia article has a no. No other languages? That's crazy. Ray, can you like uh become a Wikipedia editing person and translate this article into English and then re-recommend me the book so I can read about its, you know, argumento and all of that. I mean, okay, Subterra is the first obra, I don't know, obra of the Quintista Publicada, okay, in July 12th, that's like today, 1904. And su primera edition, in the first edition, 8 quinto. Is that like a part? Es una narración breve, a short narration for a various authors. Man, this is bad. Casi todos ellos ambientados. I get like half the words here. Obra is work. Oh, that makes sense. 100 Years of Solitude is another book I've been hearing about. Oh, Hussein, it's so good. It's so good. A short story is called Cuento. I see. Suento? Cuento? I don't fucking know. You might do it. El libro describe desde diversos ángulos y personajes la forma en que vivían y morían. Okay, so it's about a bunch of different people living and dying in carbon mines, mineros del carbón, particularmente los de las minas de Lota, so mines in the south of Chile. So it's about people like working themselves to death, I guess, or something. That sounds really uplifting, yeah, for a child to read, right? Yeah. Yeah, 100 Years of Solitude is great. In the same way that I was talking about Murakami as a writer who is very like magical, right? And describes the world in a way that is so vivid that it might just break your brain because you've never read something like that before. Gabriel Garcia Marquez is the same. The way he makes a sentence a single breath that carries the entire content of human existence is just incredible, right? It's a sad book, lots of child labor and people dying. Yeah, that makes sense. And not 100 Years of Solitude, although it is sad. There are sad things. It's also just weird and funny and strange and magical. No child labor though, as far as I remember. There is like some like weird like pseudo incest, but you know that's literary, so it's not weird. It's like symbolic. 100 Years of Solitude is cracked. Oh my gosh, I remember finishing that book and just like staring blankly into the middle distance for like the next 2 hours because I was like, holy shit, like just brain was yeah, it was great. Can you tell me like the plot? um can I tell you the plot of 100 Years of Solitude? What a question. The main character of 100 Years of Solitude is the Buendia family. I think is the only way to accurately describe the book. The Buendia family spans at least like 15 named characters and their perspectives over 7 generations in this town that the patriarch of the Buendia family founded in the middle of Colombia. The book is about the development of this town and the strange magical happenings that occur within, the constant conflicts between members of the family, their rise into power and wealth, and their absolute plummet and fall into destitution. It's a book about curses and fates and extremely symbolic, and there's religion going on and communism, and I mean, it, the scope of the work is indescribable, which is even more incredible since the book is like not even 400 pages, certainly less than 500 pages. Uh, and for example, like, I think of a book like The Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson or whatever, and it's like 1,000 page behemoth. And I think 100 Years of Solitude says 100 times more in a third of the word count than a book like that. It's so incredibly rich and dense and vibrant. Like, I think every page of that book just has like something to marvel over. Uh, it plays with time. It plays with, I don't know. The book's fucking great. Is it very heavy and it's info dumping? No, no. I feel like everything that happens is carried by, the showing. Um, the book begins, okay, so that's the most iconic first line in literary like history. Many years later, as he faced the firing squad, Colonel Aureliano Buendia was to remember that faraway afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. So the whole book begins with a flashback, which is like the first half of the book. Um, but it's following the lives of these people and the things that happen and the very incredibly eccentric characters and their interactions. Nothing is ever bland in that book. Like, it's so hard to describe. It's truly a masterpiece. Yeah. It's a good one. There's like alchemy, um, and nuns, and people floating away into the sky, and trains and plantations, and it rains for 40, not 40 years. It rains for 10 years straight. Uh, and there's magnets, and there's like a ship in the middle of the jungle, and everyone loses their memory at one point, forgets how to talk. There's a guy who throws big parties and eats a lot. There's firing squads and revolution. There's fixed elections and military coups. There's 18 other Aureliano Buendia's The Bastard Sons of One Man. Um, um, there's um, there's Candy, and there's a mother who sells candy and a man who makes beautiful golden fishes. There's a tarot reader. Um, there's like Turkish people or something. um, what else is in that book? Just like there's a magical man. It's so there's a girl who eats dirt who has a bag of bones. Ah, what a great book. What a strange thing. There's a tree. There's a tree that a guy gets changed to for a while. Am I missing anything, Ray? I got most of it. Oh, there's people being born with the tails of pigs. No, though not actually. It's kind of the idea of it. The Latin American boom is a good introduction to literature in Spanish. Yeah. Also, Garcia Marquez has many works. Yes, he does. Sounds so random. It sounds so random, and you get into the book, and somehow, the beauty of this genre called magical realism, which is like, Marquez, it's like Murakami, who I recommended. The beauty of that genre is that even though it seems random and strange and magical and impossible, within the world that makes sense. And it works. And it's okay because that's like how the world is. And once you just accept the world of Marquez and you just suspend disbelief and accept the fact that, okay, she just floated off into the sky, never to be seen again, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. Like, yeah. You can tell that I love literature. You can tell that I love books and the things they do to me. uh, and you can have that too if you open your mind to the beautiful possibilities of art, like the guy in your story. We've all had days where we want to float off and never be seen again. Very true. Also, with all the magic shit happening, no one blinks an eye. Yes. But when they see snow and ice, they're like, holy shit. Yeah, the most magical thing in the book is a block of ice. Even though there is all the other magical shit, like the raining for 10 years and all that. Should we form a book club? There have been discussions of 2/3 Lotus Book Club, and it would be interesting. I'm not sure I would be the one to facilitate it, I guess. I guess you just start seeing all these random things that it just becomes natural, exactly. The magic of life, right? We're 2/3 of a book club already. I mean, we are, right? Yeah, I don't think I have the energy to facilitate a book club. That being said, if one of you wants to facilitate a book club, what about a poetry book club? Those exist. Messier, if you start a book club, it can exist as a collaboration between our Twitch channels, and then and or something like that. Poetry book clubs I've never been in. I don't know if I've ever been in a book club. Like, if I'm being quite honest. Isn't this already kind of a book club? Well, the idea of a book club, right, is you all kind of like read something together, and then you get to talk about it and your ideas and your like opinions of it as artists. This is a cult where I talk about things, right? This is like I actually think I look at stream as something closer to a classroom, right? Where y'all send me things and I read them and I talk about them and I teach about them from a place of like somewhat experience, authority. I don't want to say I have authority over like the text or art, but that's kind of how it seems to me, right? I have dreams of this hypothetical book club. Well, it sounds like there is a degree of interest from multiple people. So, book club? Is it a poetry book club or is it just generally a book club? Because it can be either of those things. Uh, of course, poetry is where this channel began, somewhat. Do you want to add it in the Discord, like a book club channel, and then I can give Messier, are you interested in helping facilitate it? Or is anyone? I can give someone a role as, you know, Lord of the Book Club, and it can give permissions in the Discord or whatever. Or something. Poetry is what built this stream. It absolutely is. I help. I do like organizing. Okay. How long do books take you? I like to read at my own pace. Usually they take me a few weeks if it's a 500-page book. So I'm currently reading Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. And anyone who watches my stream regularly might remember me that I've said periodically for about the last 2 months that I'm reading Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. So I really like that idea, Messier. That's really cool. Everyone just reads their own stuff and then you just have a conversation about books. That's kind of fun. I've been reading this book for like 2 months. I'm at this point lately in life where I read incredibly slowly. There have been times where I can like churn through books in like 2 or 3 days. Those days are not the current days. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know what the shift was. Maybe it's just that I really like dig in and deeply enjoy in the moment. I mean, you can see how I am on stream. I can spend an hour with a short story. So I'll read a chapter of this and then it'll make me think, and I'll sit there and like ponder and like sit in my head for a while. I think that slows me down. That way getting everyone to read the same book isn't a problem. That's a really smart way to do a book club, because then you don't have to like organize people, right? You just say like, oh, it's book club time. And yeah, right? That's it's really quite brilliant. I guess that goes in like art, maybe? I don't know. Create channel. Book club. This is interesting. Okay, lots of ideas. We can have sub threads in the Discord, like for chapters and stuff. I think that's if we were all reading the same thing, which is a good idea. That way. And that's how it is in the book club I'm at a local library. There's a general topic. Oh, read a book whose main character has a disability. Last month it was judge a book by its title. Huh. Interesting. So you can have themes and categories, or you can have a topic, right? Like, we're all going to talk about our books, but we're going to use them as a There's a lens to talk about this one thing. That's cool. 500-page novel probably will be completed in 4 days. That's impressive. Sometimes I read a 200-page book during months, or read all of the critique of Practical Reason in 1 week. That's crazy. What the heck? Yeah, that book is unreadable. Uh, I like to have co-streamers together, so it's not one person dominating the screen. Yeah, no, I'm super interested generally in the idea of like co-streaming with people, um, and I don't know if like a book club like this would be something that happened on stream or if it happened outside of stream, right? Uh, because those are two options, right? One is that a few people go live and then there's like conversation happening on stream about it, but then like chat is there. Or there's like it's a book club as part of the community and it's like in a Discord call, right? I think those are two ways to go about this. But maybe that's something that can be discussed in a Discord message or whatever. Can be both. It can be both. What is me next? It's a way to waste your channel points by saying me next, me next, me next. It doesn't actually give you anything when I'm like choosing what to read. Can be both. Live Discord call? Could be that. Could be that. I call dibs. Yeah, it's dibs. Oh shit, now I have to read Callie's thing next and Nikki's thing next. No, stream's actually ending fairly soon, I think. But whatever. Dude, my band is so annoying. Yeah. Do I want to complain about my band right now? I like complaining about my band. Oh no, Callie, I don't have that kind of energy. I don't have that kind. How do I refund that redeem? How do I give it back? I cannot do that right now. I can't, Callie. I'm 4 hours into stream. I'm tired. I don't know how to refund your point redeem. Complain in poetry. There's an ad. I know there's an ad. Most people are just subscribed. Improvise a poem. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. You still have enough for the next stream. Imagine not being subbed. Yeah. Imagine. My head is so empty. Complain in poetry? Complain about... I mean, I want to complain about my band, right? They're fucking annoying. What's a banger first line? Did I say something poetic? See, I'm not even... My head is so empty. It's not a bad opening at all. Sort of isn't bad. Maybe I can go from there. I'll wait for the ad to end because some people are in the ad, and then I can sort of mentally situate myself to ramble through poetry in a semi-catatonic mental state. Oh, wait, there's a poem here. Okay. Wait, from my head is so empty? Okay, Callie, I am gonna improvise a poem. uh, I will improvise some spoken word here. Um, I can do that. Sometimes it takes a second to get there, to like the inspiration, and then the inspiration happens, and then you start being able to poem. So that being said, my head is so empty. The weight of bliss carrying thoughts away from every straining motion I undergo. A light lightness, the light shining into my eyes, a gentle caress, a moment. Before the moment I realize, it's all slipping back. The lid must be opened, the sight must be filled, the liquid comes pouring in, and my head cannot stay empty. No matter how much I turn myself upside down, standing on heads, flipping coins, throwing dice, another time, writing another anything. No matter how many words I excise onto an empty page, we both end up full of life. Poem. There you go, Callie. I did it for you. For that moment of ephemera. My readers, is this guy fucking brain dead? Yeah. Yeah. That was, yeah. That's the only word I have left in my vocabulary. Stretch? I can stretch. I can reach to the sky. Upside down boy, you turned me inside out, round and round. Diana Ross. Yep. Ah. Okay. Ow. Punched the piano. See, stretching, it's dangerous. There's all this tension. Like, let go. Thing be, what's the weather there? Because you're wearing a sweater. The weather here is currently 102 degrees Fahrenheit. Or if you're a Celsius user, it's probably like 39 or 38 or something. 39, I think, if I'm guessing correctly. You're out of your mind. Well, I have air conditioning, and last night my sister was like blasting the air conditioning to like an ungodly degree for some reason. Way too cold, genuinely frigid. AC was on to 73. Like, no one should have the house that cold. So I woke up and I was all chilly. So I put on the sweater. And that being said, it's sort of a lie, because I'm wearing a sweater and I'm just wearing like running shorts. So like it's a real lazy fit, right? We're not actually like dressed warmly and such. It's a very just like, zero effort, kind of situation. Fit check. Yeah, I can do the little like. Wait, I can't spin, because there's a headphone cable still around my neck. I hang myself. Anyway, um, yeah, that Las Vegas great AC conditions, sweater weather indeed. Yeah. Um, my head is empty as flat earthers believe the world is. Check out Imogen's stream to find out what the real world is. Some people think it's a cult, some believe it's the Holy Lotus. No, flat earthers read a book with us. Get your heads to focus. I'm not a rapper. Yeah. Um, no notes. Same. 98 outside, 71 in the room. That's chilly. I think it's like 70, 75, 76 in my room. Uh, uh, I'm in my underwear with a fan on. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. Gotta watch them shorts for the ride up. Yeah, they're pretty short. I like my short little shorts. Make me feel homosexual. Uh, California versus Texas. California. You wrote a rap, Cali? That's crazy. You're in Cali, Sklo Gamer? I'm in Nevada. Which that means we're like state neighbors. Nikki's also a Californite. Y'all are Californicating over there, as the Red Hot Chili Peppers would say. Is that who that is? My brain is melting all over the stream right now. Um, I'm in New York, but I'm used to the heat because I go to the equator almost every year. I'm in New York, but I'm used to the heat because I go to the equator almost every year. I don't know. I don't know, Callie. Maybe that wasn't the rap. I'm in New York, but I'm used to the heat because I go to the equator thing. It doesn't work. You wrote down my poem, Be Thou Wrecked? That's crazy. You've captured the lightning. The jungles of Nevada? Yeah. The better question is where in Cali. LA versus Bay Area is different weather. And the superior part of California is the Bay Area. Uh, I would have to say, having lived there before in Oakland. Well, in like north of Oakland, I guess north of Berkeley. What is that? Yeah. Anyway, you're in the high desert. Yeah. Yeah. Oakland's not very far. Where? I guess I don't necessarily gonna inquire about your precise location because you're just a person in my Twitch chat, Slow Gamer. But yeah, I was since you sound like you know the area, I think we lived in El Cerrito, and then we lived in Richmond for a bit. And my dad worked in Oakland, and he worked for the Oakland A's. So I went to lots of A's games, and like the Coliseum was just like genuinely my second home because I could just go whenever I wanted in middle school. That was pretty badass. Um, but yeah, that was the sitch. Coming back to the Bay Area at the end of this month, hanging out with my friends, with one of my friends, super rich friends, like house in like the part that's south of San Francisco a little bit. Super fancy hills, big house. We're hanging out and playing D&D for a week straight because we do that every summer. Yeah, I guess I'll look at my poem. What did I say? I'm terrified. Genuinely, those things should not be captured. Wait, where did you put it? Am I crazy? Where is it not loading? Is it in text, writing? Did you did you send it to me? Is it like a message request? I'm confused. Spam? No. Hello? I don't know. In the in case you said it's in you put it in my Discord? Oh, there it is. My head is so empty, the weight of bliss carrying thoughts away from every straining motion I undergo. A light likeness, the light shining into my eyes, a gentle caress. A moment before the moment I realize it's all slipping back. The lid must be opened, the sight must be filled. The liquid comes pouring in, and my head cannot stay empty. No matter how much I turn myself upside down, standing on heads, flipping coins, throwing dice, another time, writing anything, no matter how many words I excise onto an empty page, we both end up full of life. It's not bad. Not bad. It's just terrifying. What is my current net worth? Is net worth calculated by assets as well as bank account? Because I think my bank account has $300 in it. Um, uh, but I own some like expensive objects in musical instruments. I don't have a car. I live with my parents, and so I'm like the benefactor of like the generational wealth of being able to live in my parents' house and like pursue my art or whatever. So I don't know how that factors in. Like it's their money that I live on. Um, they're not incredibly wealthy or anything. Um, More like my not worth, am I right? Yeah, exactly. Net worth is liabilities minus any debts. I have no debts because when I tried to go to college, I incurred no debt because I had a full ride, and then I dropped out anyway. Really, really good thinking by me. um, and but no debt, which means I'm doing better than my siblings who have debt. My net worth is higher than my siblings with that calculation in mind. And it wasn't really my fault I left college. It was not much of a choice. Um, Same, I went to uni and then dropped. Yeah. And now we write poetry and essays. Great. Dropping out so you wouldn't get debt. No, no, no. I could have stayed the whole time and not paid a cent. They were actually paying me to be at college. I had so much scholarship that my tuition was negative. They were giving me a tuition reimbursement every semester for showing up, and I still fucked up. But that's because in high school I I was like actually a smart person, um, and got like the national merit. It's a thing. I don't know how many American people. Some of y'all are American. Called the National Merit Scholarship, which I think is like it only goes to like I feel like 100 people in the whole country or something crazy. I don't remember, but so they gave me like hella money. Oh shit, we're in the presence of Jesus. No, genius. We're in the presence of someone who was able to do well on an SAT test in high school and who did extracurriculars. Um, that's very different. Very different than genius. Right? I don't know, but yeah. 1520. No. I don't put much stock into it. I live with my partner and his family, and we are paying the mortgage. Does that count? I don't know what counts or not. I stopped homework around middle school. I couldn't do it anymore. That's a good Man, stronger than me. Stronger than me. I kept doing homework. Uh, Man, I still do fucking homework. I sit here analyzing poems all day. It's like some AP literature type shit, and I'm just like doing it for fun. I never outgrew homework. Um, no, I was so like academically. Well, I didn't try. I was lazy as fuck in high school, but I could do the work, so I did it, right? If I was like 5% lazier, I would have done nothing at all, you know? Pop versus rock. Paper versus practice are very different beasts. Yes. There are two wolves inside you. Anyway, homework but with colorful pens. Yeah, exactly. I just never outgrew like having the all the different colored pens, and I was never actually there had been times I think when I was doing like color coded notes. That was for the one history class that I actually liked. I don't think I was color coding them. I was never that bitch. No, I was not me. I don't think I ever color coded a note. I didn't take notes, except for that one history class. I think I just had neat penmanship because I cared. Because Mr. Nagel, fucking goated teacher, Eminem versus Michael Jackson. I love how we're just like doing like blank versus blank in YouTube chat. It's like a lightning round. I think you have to say Michael Jackson, even though I haven't listened to that much of his music and I've listened to more Eminem than I have Michael Jackson. I think you have to say Michael Jackson. I'm just over here writing raps and expecting Lotus to perform them. What kind of monster have I turned into? Oh, you did send one a second ago. I'm in New York. I'm in New York. I'm so used to the heat. You say it's mostly cold here? Nah, man, you know. Nah, man, you missed the beat. We rappers here. We always stay cooking. If you want to know more, here's the card and I'll help you book in. Here's my card and I'll help you book in. Maybe that's supposed to be stretched out. I don't know. Appointments aren't cheap. Poetry is my therapy. If I didn't have that, I would be going through spiritual leprosy. It was the most absurd shit at the end. You're like, fucking equator, spiritual leprosy. I had a bunch of scholarships, but the state made me choose one of them. More like they chose for me. I had technically still have the native descent scholarship. That's cool. I was earlier today, Ray, I was researching uh indigenous Chilean stuff and Chilean religious history, and actually that was last night, and things like that. Because in my world building, my water world, I want there to be a like apocryphal the Catholic cult that like rises up and unifies what remains of South and Central America under like religious rule, and like a new savior. Because basically the shtick is right. The flood comes, and I want to have some girl who's like sainted before that ever happens, and then she starts getting visions from God. She claims that there's going to be another flood, but we are not going to build an ark, you know. As the Noah of our time, I say that we will go up into the mountains, the great mountains of Chile, and the Andes more generally, and they will be our ark, our blessed land, Chile, um, and then basically gets the jump on like moving up into the mountains and with like her cult, and then a bunch of people convert when like the comet comes and the flood actually happens. I think I'm calling the religion Bendita, because she calls it the blessed land. um is the idea, and it's like a weird Catholic thing, and I think I want it to like mix in